doing that every meeting from now on.
We should.
I mean, it's not gonna end.
Is that okay, Rick?
Definitely. Thanks for thinking.
You can say the thing that you want to say without it. Or I
All right, welcome to the, oh, let me get this mic over here a little closer. Welcome to the February 6th meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. Before we rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Carpenter Harris would like to state something.
I would just like to ask everyone before we take the time to say the Pledge of Allegiance to just take a brief moment of silence in acknowledgement and memory of the 3 soldiers that we just lost in the last week or so. I know that their families are grieving tremendously, and what they give for all of us to be free was the gift of their life. So if we can just take a moment before we rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Heidi. Okay, we have something a little unusual this morning, and that is an emergency item. And this is something that basically needs to be added to the agenda, but did not go through the normal noticing process. And so we'd like to explain what that item is and the reasons for it. And would you like to do that?
Yes. So the requested action is that we move to discuss and or take action regarding the Board of Supervisors appointment to the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and find that the need to take immediate action did come to the attention of the board subsequent to the agenda being posted. The urgency is there in an upcoming meeting where decisions will be made with regard to the rotation of the voting seats that will take place prior to our next Board of Supervisors meeting. And so basically, Chair Lutweller and I had traded this position as the primary on this committee assignment. When I was in conversation with the director, she said it's a requirement of this committee that the supervisor representing the county have a piece of the area, the land area that the Conservancy has running through their district. Therefore, I cannot serve on that, and Supervisor Lutweller is the only supervisor who can. And so we can also remove the secondary role. If he were unable to make a meeting, it would do no good for somebody to go in his stead. They couldn't vote anyway. We had traded that because we were trying to protect his margin of time as chair this year. But Supervisor Valenzuela from Siskiyou County will again be the voting member for our region. And so it won't require additional time or just stress really on your part, but just for the sake of their rules, we need to put it back.
And do we need a board vote to approve that being put onto the agenda?
Yes, you do.
And do we need public comment?
Yes, but you can public comment regarding putting it on, and then again, public comment regarding the item when you hear it.
Yes, okay. So anybody have any questions about that before we ask public comment? Okay, so is there any public comment about this in the room? No? Any online? Okay. So accept a motion to have this added to the agenda. We'll add it as item 4.8 under county matters.
I will move to add this item as item 4.8.
Second,
Oh,
go ahead.
Supervisor Cox second, quietly with her sore throat. Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Gokin.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Lutweller.
Aye. All right, now we will move into presentations. The first presentation, item 1.1, receive a presentation from Acela regarding cannabis program software. No impact to the general fund.
So board, I'll go ahead and introduce this. We should have Acela online, and whenever they're ready, they can start the presentation. But we asked for this presentation because this software will provide the cannabis division enhanced capabilities as far as licensing, permitting, and the tax aspect with our treasurer tax collector. We've been working this for quite some time now, and we would like the board to hear this because this will come forth as a contract item. There is an expense associated with this. I've specifically asked them to not talk about the cost of it today because we're going through the LJAG amendment process with DCC right now, and we're probably a week or so away from getting that final answer. I'd hoped we would have had that answer before this meeting, and I was trying to sync those two up, but we're pretty close. So I don't want us to focus on the monetary side of it. I want us to focus on the capability side of it. And then the monetary side will be accomplished or discussed or really addressed with the LJAG amendment aspect of it, which we will discuss, at an actual board item when this comes through for the contract aspect of it, because it's above my threshold. So with that, I think Acela is online, and we'll go ahead and hear from them on the capabilities of this software. And this is a program that many other jurisdictions that work with DCC also uses, and DCC also uses the same platform. So there's some extreme efficiencies that are potentially there if we were to implement this software platform. So with that, I'll turn it over. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, just one thing, because someone asked me about this specifically recently. Would you please explain LJAG, since most people probably won't know what that is referring to?
Yeah, so that is the let's see.
Local jurisdiction.
So
That's what it is.
The acronym, yes. So that is a grant that the county received from DCC, Department of Cannabis Control, at the state level. Even before they were officially DCC, they've gone through some different name changes, and that is about a little over a $3 million grant that we've got, and that we have been expending those funds to turn what the state considers, provisional licenses into a long-term, licensing type of program.
Thank you.
Jurisdiction assistance grant.
Let's see, I got
Local jurisdiction.
local
assistance.
jurisdiction assistance grant is what LJAG stands for.
And do we have our presenters?
Hello, yes, we do. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Alrighty, thank you. I am sharing my screen now. I think I see it on there. So good morning, and thank you to the board for allowing us to present for you today. My name is Juan Ragoza, here representing Acela. We also have our technology partners, Burn Software, on the line, who we'll hear from in a bit. But today we'll be showing you a brief but in-depth overview of Acela's civic application for cannabis regulation and how it will benefit the county both short-term and long-term. To the point made earlier, over the past few months, we've been meeting with folks at the county to get an understanding of the priorities and ultimate goals associated with researching and eventually implementing a cannabis regulation solution. There's a handful of key priorities listed here on the screen, but a lot of it really came down to optimizing processes associated with cannabis licensing and the tax collection associated with those businesses. We found there's a lot of paper involved in the process that then led to county staff and applicants needing to do duplicate work, thus slowing down the process. A big goal we discovered was making it easier to do business with the county. The thought is, if the process to open a cannabis business is easier for both the applicant and staff, that'll eventually lead to more businesses opening, more job creation, higher compliance, and eventually more tax revenue associated with those businesses. Another key benefit of moving away from all this paper and onto a solution like Acela is having access to different reports and analytics that are built into the system that will then allow the county to have much more insight into the day-to-day operations of the cannabis division. And of course, in the ever-changing world of cannabis regulation, it's important to use a solution that's agile enough to keep up. Now, Acela has extensive experience in cannabis regulation software. As of 2023, Acela is used to regulate over 50% of cannabis businesses in the US. Now, we're not a one-trick pony, as in we only work with states or we only work with cities and counties. Our solution can handle it all. Some examples of our partners include your neighbors, Mendocino and Humboldt counties. To the point earlier, state agencies like the state of California, which we'll talk a bit more about the benefits of having both the state and the county using the same system. We also work with huge cities such as Los Angeles and Denver, and much smaller shops such as Hollister and Culver City. Key takeaway here is that our system is robust and agile enough to be used successfully in all different types of jurisdictions, regardless of their geographical location or population. And I believe with this, I'll be passing it off to my partners, Bern. Dave and Amber, are you guys there?
Yes, good morning. Amber, are you on?
I'm here, yes.
Very good. My name is Dave Avila. I'm the Business Development Manager for Burn Software. Burn Software Technologies has a well-established relationship with Acela. We've been involved in the implementation support of the Acela solution for quite some time now, since 2011. We've actually been in existence since 1985. The services organization does pride itself in never failing in delivery. We do have a very large staff dedicated to the Acela practice, and to that point, have some very notable successful installations. In the previous slide, you saw a few. I think one of our most utilized solution is by the city of Fresno, one of the larger cities in California that utilize our solution. And we also have, again, a combined 90 or so city, county, and state agencies that we'd actually have provided services and support. And then the last piece I'll mention is just a name drop, a few that have been involved with the cannabis solution and that we have implemented or in implementation. I mentioned Fresno, Portland, the state of Minnesota, and the state of South Dakota. So we've got a very strong resume, if you will, of our solution and how we partnered over the course of time. We're actually what we call gold certified, which is one of the highest level of partner programs that Acela has in its relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Now, Acela's civic application for cannabis regulation, or ACR as we call it, leverages our civic platform and the technologies that it contains, whether it be a branded public portal that takes in payments along with applications online. In the back office, there's configurable workflows and built-in reporting tools, as well as an electronic document review tool for documents, plan sets and everything that's submitted along with applications. And to Dave's point earlier, many of our county customers in California also use Acela for all sorts of permitting and licensing functions across various departments, and have seen a lot of value and success in our platform for its cross-departmental abilities. It's also worth mentioning that we operate with an open API, which allows us to connect with any other systems used by the county, such as GIS or payment and finance systems. Now, to dive a bit deeper into Acela's platform, we have 3 legs or 3 touch points that are interacted with. As I mentioned, we have the public portal, which is what is used by applicants to submit applications, upload documents, pay fees. Essentially, all the work on the applicant side can be done from their computer at home or their cell phone on the go. On top of that, once the application is submitted, the applicant has access to see the status of the application online, which will then reduce the need to have to come into the office or call. We have a mobile application used to process inspections for county staff. They can process inspections and investigations on the go and without paper. You can also pull up any information related to the business on the mobile app. Now, in the back office, your staff will have the ability to review these applications and documents that were submitted, confirm zoning compliance of the business location, and essentially continue moving the application through its workflow, and then eventually issuing or renewing the license. Another key function we mentioned in the back office is the ability to run reports and create Microsoft BI dashboards that don't require any IT resources to build out. Some of the most popular reports are project management reports, licenses that are about to expire, violation reports, tax collected, just to name a few. And all the data within Acela can be exported and queried at any time. Now, I mentioned this earlier, but the state of California, DCC, is also using the very same system to manage their cannabis regulation functions. Of course, they're responsible for a lot more than the county is, but having the same system as the state allows for the state to know what the county's doing and the county to know what the state's doing from a licensing perspective. There's a baseline of data that can be exchanged from your Acela system to the states, such as license information, employee information, violation history, et cetera, et cetera. And now that'll be much easier to do rather than having to send spreadsheets or having to do any more time-consuming work. Last slide here, just to finish this off. Acela is built on the Microsoft Azure platform that allows us to provide the highest levels of security, reliability, and performance. We've been named a Microsoft Partner of the Year for the last 4 years and running. The platform is pre-built specifically for governments, but has some room for configuration to best fit your needs. We use that platform to automate and make processes easier for your citizen and county staff. Acela has been in this space for over 30 years serving governments. We learn from all the agencies that we partner with, and we use that experience to better serve you and your citizens. And that is the last slide. So I guess we will open it up for questions if there are any. Thank you.
Anybody have questions?
I guess I have one question. I don't know if it would be for Acela or for our staff, but they mentioned a GIS capabilities. And is there a way that we could have GIS capabilities on that dashboard so that people could determine which cannabis cultivations were licensed?
That is the intent.
That would
Absolutely.
be very beneficial.
Yeah, my sense, and maybe just to clarify, because a lot of times, we can get caught up in what the technical capabilities are, but practical application, why do we care? And my sense is that from looking at this when I was at a CSAC meeting, and some level of discussion was this, that direct connection between us and the state allows us to make sure that we are in sync. We know what they know. We are exchanging data without having to file and submit reports. And therefore we are much more in tune. And if we're reporting a problem, they know about the problem. If they're taking action on their side, we know that that's happening on our side. I also gather that we've been looking at this both for the program implementation side and the tax collection side, because at one point I know we looked at 2 different platforms that we might interface, but now we're looking at this one so that then the people that are trying to collect the taxes associated with this program are using the exact same system as is tied to the state and that we're using for implementing the program. And as you said, we're not really trying to decide whether we're doing this or not, and we don't know about the funding yet because you're trying to see if that can all be covered by the grant or at least how much of it. So this is just help us understand when that does come, we know what we're talking about. Right. Thank you. Yes. Anything else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our second presentation under Clerk of the Board, item 1.2, receive an update from the U.S. Forest Service representatives regarding matters of interest in Trinity County, no fiscal impact. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of the board. Rachel Berkey, I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Shasta Trinity National Forest. Thank you for having me. I wanted to start this morning by giving you a little bit of an overview of the 2023 year on the Shasta Trinity, some of our accomplishments and things that we're proud of, and then a little bit of a look forward at what we're hoping to accomplish this year with the help of this county and all of our wonderful partners. So last year, a couple of our highlights were our PAC Stock Center of Excellence, housed right here in Weaverville, was selected to join the Rose Parade float that the Forest Service sponsored for celebrating Smokey Bear's 80th birthday. It was a huge honor for our PAC Stock Center of Excellence to be able to go march in that parade on that national level. And we were very proud of the work that they accomplished on that. Our very own District Ranger, Tara Jones, was selected to be District Ranger of the Year by our regional forester for the work that she's been doing on this west side of our forest. We invested $24 million into agreements with our local communities and our partners across the forest. Much of that was with partners in Trinity County last year. Our forest volunteers worked over 5,000 hours this year on our forest, one of whom, Ascend Wilderness Experience, based right here in Trinity County, received national recognition with a Volunteer Service Award from our Chief of the Forest Service back in Washington, D.C. We accomplished 180% of what we set out to do on our Trinity wildfire crisis landscape, and we accomplished the most prescribed burn acres in the entire region of the Forest Service out here in California. We had a very, very good year last year, and we only hope to look to build on our success this year. Much of that is tied indelibly to the partnerships that we have, both here in this county as well as across the forest footprint. So looking forward at particularly at our landscape, we had 12,500 acres accomplished last year on our landscape, and we are going to build upon that success this year with what our regional forester deems a year of implementation. Last year, we did a lot of investing in partners, in agreements, in contracts, trying to kind of lay the foundation to be able to fund these projects for years to come. And this year, we are hoping to really double down on actually starting some of that implementation on this footprint. We will also be assessing additional investments in our Good Neighbor Authority agreement with the county. By the way, thank you again for partnering with us there. As it turns out, by year's end, I was able to assess that GNA agreement was the largest in our entire region by threefold. So thank you for that partnership. Also, with regard to our wildfire crisis strategy landscape, we are pivoting to holding stakeholder and partner meetings in the coming month to be able to help us complete our building of a pretty cutting edge modeling program called Land Tender, which we intend to be able to use on a very broad swath of our forest, the entire footprint of the landscape and then some. To be able to help us to more strategically out-year plan projects in areas that not only are the most highlight or try to reduce the risk at the most at-risk communities, but also in areas where treatments are going to be the most effective. So this is an amazing tool that overlays, hey, this is where the risk is, and this is where your treatments are going to matter. And it allows us to then actually pivot and focus on those particular areas kind of in priority order. So part of building this tool is hearing from our stakeholders and our partners, those who are working out on the ground with us, to identify and prioritize the values at risk that has to get baked in to the model. So those meetings are underway. We have one today in Hayfork and another one later this month in Willow Creek and a third mid-month in Weaverville here. So looking forward to having those conversations and moving that program along as well. Our forest continues and will continue to invest in our local partnerships and agreements, decide to increase the pace and scale of our treatments. In particular, we rely on our partners to accomplish partner-led environmental analysis, to accomplish fire line construction on our prescribed burns, to accomplish fuels reduction implementation, surveys, trail building, restoration and other recreational opportunities around our campgrounds, road maintenance, bridge use, and bridge repair. And we work closely with the Trinity County Collaborative Group and plan to continue working very closely with them as well this year. One of the topics that we've been working with the collaborative group on is the installation of more fire cameras across the footprint here in the county. The scoping letter for the NEPA on that is going out today. And we want to give a shout out to the collaborative group for working with us on moving that project forward. We look forward to our second annual Partner Appreciation Barbecue this summer and expect to have a date out for that later this month and invitations to you all as well. We are also working on moving forward with the design of our Minersville boat launch project, and we have a public meeting to solicit input on that project slated for February 21st. Again, with the emphasis on making certain that we are receiving input and communications from our public and our communities at every turn with each of these projects. On the planning front, we have lots of projects moving forward whose names should be familiar to you all after this time here. They are intentionally spread around the county on the west side of the Shasta Trinity. We intend to move forward and finalize the planning for August Phase 2 and our Weaverville Community Forest second phase, as well as our Bowerman Cooperative Fuel Break Project, our Trinity Camps Project, and our High and Palm Community Risk Reduction Project. In addition to those projects whose planning is already underway, we have several larger projects in the early development phase, many of which were spin-offs from our ability to get the additional funding on this landscape. So that's our Big Ranch Community Risk Reduction Project in our North Trinity County, also known as Highway 3 Risk Reduction Project, our South Fork Mountain Fuel Break Project, our Junction City Project, and our Weaverville Forest Fuel Break Project. So lots of projects in the work and moving parts. We also expect timber offerings and operations to continue apace across the Shasta Trinity into the spring and summer this year. Moving on to our prescribed fire program here on the west side, we've already to date this year completed approximately 1,350 acres of prescribed fire. That is already up from last year's grand total all year long of 1,004 acres. So we are apace to well outstrip last year's pace on the prescribed fire realm. In the recreation side of the house, we have had some great hiring success on recreation, and our rec and fire staff are currently focused on making our campgrounds a little bit safer, working to remove the hazard trees, clearing the vegetation around the roads that get in and around our rec areas. So that's going to be one of their primary focuses for the next few months, trying to prepare for the season here. Lastly, I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on our staffing. We are now focused on bringing in more foresters, a chant I think you have heard from us before. We also are filling out our 10-person fuels crew, who are going to be the crew that clear out the hazardous fuels in whichever areas we want to point them throughout the year. So we don't quite have that staffed up yet, but we are slated to continue to hire for that 10-person crew, and we are hopeful that we can get that crew moving this year. I will conclude by mentioning our wildfire crisis strategy landscape is doing extremely well, and our agency is recognizing that. We do anticipate that we are going to receive continued funding for that landscape in this coming year at good levels that we can really use. And our landscape was highlighted last year by the California Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force as a model landscape with model partnerships. And so we look forward to our future activities with this landscape, and we're anxious to share them with you and our partners in Trinity County. I will end on a note that we can't do this work alone, and I really do want to recognize both the county, the board for your support, as well as the partners that we have across the county. They have been willing to do incredible work on our national forests, and have doubled down on their commitment to your public lands by actually going out and finding their own funding to augment the funding that the federal government has given them through grants and other things. We look forward to building on that success in the future years as well. I am happy to take any questions that you might have. Thank you for listening to your forest update this morning.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming up, and really it's amazing how much great work is being done. And it's really nice to hear that it's being observed when you talk about us being seen as our work being done as a model, and the recognition of that and of our amazing representative here in this part of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, item 1.3 under Health and Human Services. Receive a presentation from Health and Human Services Program Manager Jesse Ferguson and Staff Services Analyst Eugenio Tapia Jensen regarding the California CalWORKS Outcomes and Accountability Review, Cal OAR, and the goals and strategies identified during the CalWORKS System Improvement Plan, Cal SIP. We just really try to make up as many acronyms as we can. No fiscal impact.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board and staff. Thank you for allowing us to present the important information about Trinity County's Health and Human Services CalOR program. My name is Maria Flores. I'm the Employment Services Supervisor. Been with the department for a little over 25 years now. And with me today is Jesse Ferguson, our Program Manager over Employment and Housing, and Eugenio Tapia Jensen, our Staff Services Analyst over Employment and Housing. CalOR is intended to measure individual county performance as well as California's overall performance in relation to reducing dependency on public assistance programs for CalWORKS, cash-aided families, and more specifically, data associated with the Welfare to Work program. Do we have our PowerPoint?
Yes.
So are we focusing first on the CalWORKS outcomes and accountability review?
Yes.
Okay.
We could probably continue without the. Oh.
Sorry, it's being slow.
Excuse me.
So the CalWORKS Outcomes and Accountability Review, or CalOR, is a CalWORKS County self-evaluation process done every 3 years to improve services to CalWORKS beneficiaries. CalOR has 3 parts: a county performance measures of CalWORKS employment services, which are divided into phase 1 and phase 2, a CalWORKS County self-assessment process, or the CSA, and the CalWORKS County System Improvement Plan, the SIP, which includes a peer review component as well as community participation during its process.
The California Department of Social Services, CDSS, sends data files for each quarter of the year reflecting specific phase 2 measurements. We review this data and compare it to our case management system, CalSAWS. This is the basis for how CDSS currently measures progress and outcomes. We also collect data on information that is not necessarily available at the CDSS level, but is information that we are required to track. Example, wage progression for persons exiting CalWorks.
The CalWorks performance measures are grouped programmatically into two phases. Phase 1 focuses on employment and wages, exits and reentries, and family well-being measures. Phase 2 measures focuses on initial and ongoing engagement.
All participants start with the orientation and appraisal as an initial engagement activity. Mandatory participants are persons who are not excluded from mandatory participation. Persons who are not required to participate in welfare to work can voluntarily do so. That being said, most families present with multiple barriers to employment, which typically means that they will participate in job readiness activities after orientation and appraisal. For mandatory participants, CDSS mandates that we impose a nominal financial penalty against the family's CalWorks grant when these persons either fail to make satisfactory progress or fail to participate. This is known as a sanction. We currently have 0 sanctioned participants.
In this slide, we utilize data pulled from the CalSouth system to analyze areas for improvement for our CalWorks program. The first graph shows eligible participants over a 4-month period, while the second graph focuses on how many program participants participated and which activities they partook in.
As we can see, for September of 2023, there were a total of 168 eligible participants, which included both mandatory and voluntary participants. December reflects 187 eligible participants, which is our highest month so far. Initial engagement appears relatively low despite the numbers of eligible participants, respectively speaking, between 5% and 7% participation. While the activity of employment appears to be popular given the caseload size, there is room for improvement in this area. Vocational education is the lowest activity and an area we hope to encourage more in the future, as doing so has propensity for increasing employment opportunities. Job readiness and barrier removal are nearly equal in all months, averaging approximately 27% in any given month. This is in large part due to the fact that many families present multiple barriers to employment. As such, many participants will engage in both job readiness and barrier removal activities.
So after analyzing our data, gathering feedback from stakeholders, program participants, and internal staff, we were able to compile the CSA report and move on to the next phase, the CalSIP.
Our county self-assessment consisted of county demographics, agency structure, CalWorks, and welfare to work caseload dynamics, as well as internal and external stakeholder feedback. From this report, we were able to derive key areas we felt were essential to performance measurement goals, and subsequently areas we want to focus on for our system improvement plan.
So our first goal was to increase the CalWorks participant engagement rates. This goal was selected after identifying trends where disengagement is more likely to happen between workers and participants and how these can be resolved. We chose the following strategies to achieve our goal of increasing overall engagement by at least 15%.
Strategy 1 encompasses outreach and education efforts that will focus on families who are potentially eligible to CalWorks and who may not be aware of the benefits of the programs. We also want to be more intentional with our messaging to current participants, empowering them towards self-sufficiency rather than relying on public assistance. Strategy 2 focuses on agency culture shifts and customer service principles. Our agency already promotes customer service. Even so, this is an area of continuous quality improvement for us. Strategy 3 explores additional methods to incentivize activities, keeping persons engaged towards achieving program goals.
Our second goal was to focus on strategies that will increase employment rates amongst CalWorks participants. We chose the following strategies to see an increase of at least 15%.
Strategy 1 affords us the opportunity to reassess existing ancillary and supportive services, such as childcare, transportation, tools and clothes for work, vehicle repairs, etc. Reassessing these items will help determine where we might want to enhance them. With regard to strategy 2, research shows that including peer support networks and persons with lived experience within program structure can have a positive impact related to participant outcomes. Strategy 3 includes exploring methods of engaging the business community, as well as creating stronger relationships with employers. We anticipate this will result in positive outcomes related to employment opportunities.
The reason we chose these goals is because we believe that by focusing on these two very specific areas, we can see reduced dependency on public assistance programs by our participants. Our CalWorks participants deal with many barriers and problems that must be addressed to reach self-sufficiency. By providing whole family-focused case management, we will be able to mitigate these problems, provide wraparound services, and make referrals to other services as needed. During the Cal CSA portion of the CalOR process, a major need identified by focus groups participants was the need for childcare. Exploring opportunities will serve our CalWorks participants better. As we all know, Trinity County is a dispersed frontier county. By expanding transportation options such as travel reimbursements, gas assistance, ride sharing, etc., we can ensure participants can get to work or further their educational goals. By offering remote/virtual activities, we can ensure we keep participants engaged who are not centrally located and are still actively participating in the program. And lastly, by engaging local businesses and working with our WIO partner, the Smart Workforce Center, we can increase the number of employment opportunities to our participants.
Our agency director, Elizabeth Hamilton, and our deputy director, Mike Catoni, are committed to implementing integrated business practices because the agency provides essential services to so many vulnerable members of our community. An integrated service model is ideal. For CalWorks families, we envision a whole family-focused service approach. Along with partner organizations, our agency seeks to increase service capacity across the continuum, ensuring families are offered the best chance for successful participation.
Trinity County Health and Human Services is committed to developing strategies that lead to integrated business practices that fully serve those in need by eliminating barriers and assisting them, lessening their dependency on public assistance programs. By strengthening partnerships with our stakeholders, we can ensure we are delivering the services our participants are seeking. We are currently working with Behavioral Health, Human Response Network, Shasta Community College, and the Smart Workforce Center, and they all play a pivotal role in ensuring our goals are met.
Our relationship with the Smart Workforce Center has proven to be impactful in providing job readiness and job placement services to our CalWorks participants. We are grateful for the collaboration and the meaningful partnership. That concludes our presentation. Thank you, Chair, members of the board, and staff for allowing us to provide you with this information, and we welcome any questions.
Anybody? I just wanted to know, so when we talk about increased employment rate of current CalWorks individuals from 20% to 35%. So these are people participating in the program. 20% of them right now are employed, and we want to get that to 35%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the engagement was more about, are they just actively participating? Is that what we meant by engagement increase? Or what? I'm not sure I followed that.
Okay.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks, Terry. Appreciate that. Yeah, so what we really want to do is the state really wants us to get initial engagement, and initial engagement activities are conducting appraisals and assessments to see where people are so that we can move them towards self-sufficiency and better self-actualization through our programming services. So getting the more people engaged as possible up front, the better we are at assessing their needs and then moving them towards the activities that'll make them self-sufficient or reduce dependency on public assistance.
And that engagement is measured by the people that are in the program, but you're just engaging them to better understand what they need and get them in using the tools that are available.
I appreciate that question. So yeah, there's actually multiple levels of engagement. So it's based on activity. So job readiness is an activity, employment's an activity, education's an activity. So any of those things in combination that can work together to move people towards that self-sufficiency goal, that's what we want.
That's great. Thank you. I was thrilled to hear. I was waiting to see if I had to ask the question, but to hear that you are working actively with Smart Workforce Center and all that. And we love. I keep the whole strategic plan in our values system is very much in my head right now. And so when I think about what people are doing and you guys living out engagement and communication and in that aspect of the services we deliver, I think is a great example that we can all follow. So thank you.
No, thank you so much for those comments. We appreciate it. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda.
Good morning. I am not here to talk about 3.5, but 3.5 has a lot to do with what I want to talk about. Ms. White has admitted that you are the election board and that you control what she does. You appointed her. It's not an elected position. It's an appointed by the board. My concern is on, when she was running for office, we asked, because of conflict of interest, we asked her to be removed from office during that period. And Darrell Forsland took over the election at that time. I'm asking you to do it again because on April the 24th, she came in here and had a coup against Supervisor Cox. She had the room loaded with people. She had the people on Zoom were all against Jill. So she's definitely biased in what she's doing. And since this is an election period when Jill is on the election, she needs to be removed. And if it's just for this time, and personally, I think she should be removed totally, but at least for this election, she should be removed.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Any other public comment in the room? How about online?
Veronica.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Veronica Kelly Albies with the Weaverville Douglas City Parks and Recreation District. I wanted to take some time this morning as I come up on my 8th anniversary with this district to celebrate some milestones and to thank some folks. The theme that I've been hearing this morning through presentations is about partnerships, and our special district is something that has survived because of that. When I began with the district 8 years ago, I was a swim mom, and the pool was going to close. And just to clarify for everybody to know, the Weaverville Douglas City Parks and Recreation District, we own and operate Lee Fong Park, and we manage Loudon Park Pool for the county. And over the last 8 years, we've completed many projects at the pool. Splash pad is there. We are about to put in our fitness equipment at Lee Fong Park this spring, along with installing a sand volleyball court. We have several things that have been really just humming together, and it's because of all of our partnerships. Our partnership with Trinity County General Services is we couldn't survive without them. And so we just want to thank Mike and Debbie and everybody in that division for all of their help and support. I want to thank, there are 3 employees here, and we're part-time right now because we are a very small district. We don't have the funding for a lot of staff. So I want to thank Greg McLaren and Bennett Varney for what they do. And this Board of Supervisors for always, and the CAO office for always keeping a line of communication open as we move forward. We've started partnerships in outlying areas outside of our district lines because as executive administrator, I believe that's a real need within our county. This season, we just started our youth basketball league and cheer. We have over 180 youth registered within our program. I'll say it again, over 180. And it's because of our partnerships with the local schools that we are able to find space for them to practice and play. We've even got support from Hayfork. And I want to thank Johnny Castellanos for being our liaison so that we can provide those opportunities for Hayfork youth to participate in sporting programs. And it's no secret I come before you and say I do see a future for economic development within the recreational and athletic industries. And I just want to encourage the board to keep that in mind as you move forward with our economic outlook, that these are real opportunities for our youth and for our community. And I want to thank all of the kids and families that participate, because without the volunteers that coach these teams and help us put all this together, we wouldn't be able to do it. We are a true family within Trinity County providing these services, and we will continue to do so with your support. And we just say thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no other raised hands.
Okay. All right, with that, we will move on to reports and announcements. First, reports from department heads. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair and fellow board members. Shanna White, County Clerk Recorder Assessor. Just want to say a couple of things that in December, we mailed out pink residency cards to every registered voter in Trinity County. If you didn't get that card, they should contact our office because the mailing address on those cards is what their voting materials are going to be mailed to, which will be going out this week. So very important, if you didn't get that residency card, please contact the office. And even more important, if next week, at the end of next week, you don't get your voting materials, please contact our office so we can make sure that everybody gets their voting materials and has the right to vote. Next week, we do logical and accuracy testing on all of our equipment. And so by the end of next week, that will be done. They'll be posted on our webpage when that will be. I also want to make a statement of all election processes are open to observers. Everything that we do, everything's transparent. And so if there's anybody who's interested in seeing those processes, I invite you to come in and watch. You know, we have a big window, see everything that goes on. There are requirements for those observers though. They must sign in and they must wear a name badge. So I'm going to close with that. Anybody who's interested in seeing what's going on with elections, feel free, come on over. Thank you.
I have no raised hands.
Okay. I would like to acknowledge for those watching and in the audience that we have been receiving an increasing number of written department reports, which have been very helpful, very informative. So my thanks to everyone that's taking the time to share that information about what's going on and what's coming, and it's very much appreciated. Okay, report from our CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So I got a few things today. The first one is the strategic plan we've talked about in here before, just for everyone's awareness, is on our website, on the very front page, on the left-hand side, there's a few big blocks there. We've kind of updated those, and strategic plan is one of those. So it's very easy to get to with one click once you're on the main webpage. And we've been sharing that with department heads and throughout departments. So it's starting to triculate down through the organization. Next topic is the housing element of the general plan. So we've talked about this in general terms before with some individuals. I want to talk about it in this forum and really get some direction. So we have a couple different options to do. So our housing element of the general plan, just for everybody's awareness, was not part of, again, that was not part of the overall general plan that we have under current contract right now. The housing element is typically updated more periodic than the overall general plan. So our current housing element of our general plan expires at the end of calendar year 2024. And we are due on a periodic update cycle of that anyways. So is what we've asked is the current general plan contractor for a proposal to provide the full housing element update. That proposal came in. It's at $148,000. And some people might think, oh, that's really, really expensive. And maybe 10 years ago or 5 years ago it was. But unfortunately, today it's not. We have compared that with other like counties, and that is pretty much right in line with what housing elements cost to get updated. It's the overall process is typically about an 18-month process because you have to, once you get it developed, approved through the board, then there's multiple iterations back and forth with HUD as far as just the mechanics of the coordination and the approval process. The general plan contractor has done these for numerous counties. Probably the most recent one of a like county is in Del Norte County. And they've seen some improvements in some areas and then some other areas that have been more difficult to get the overall plan finally coordinated. And that's what kind of drives the timeframe. But they have provided this proposal to us, and we have a couple options. One option is from a funding perspective. One option is using some of the LATCF funds. Currently, we have $231,000 of the original $4.8 million that we received in LATCF funds still available. So we could use some of those funds. The second option is to use some funds that we have in the general plan update account. We have $398,000 available in that account. And that is based upon the funds that we receive in, for every building permit, every planning permit, every cannabis license, we receive those funds in. The bulk of that is what is paying, the current general fund update contract. But we do have, like I said, $398,000 available in those general plan budget account to do this. And based upon that, and based upon the timing, it's my recommendation that we use those funds to go ahead and secure this housing element update, and we incorporate that into a contract amendment with the current general plan contractor. That will obviously come back to the board in a formal contract amendment. And we would do that if that's the direction the board wants to go. So I will pause there for any questions on that topic.
A couple of questions there. So if we engage Mintier Harnish to do this, are they going to go out into the separate areas of the county and with the planning commission to have meetings, or is this going to be just I know the last update, I think I was actually involved in 2 updates of the housing element where we went to the planning commission, met in each separate area of the county, and I think it was actually beneficial.
We can definitely do that. Those type of specific details, I mean, they've given us a proposal and there's lots of touch points, and we can incorporate that in and make that part of the formal agreement. The $148,000 is what I consider a not to exceed amount, the way they've proposed it right now. So, I mean, it could come in less than that, but that's kind of the cap, and we can definitely work. There is a number of the way they proposed is a number of different touch points throughout the communities, in the county to get input on the overall plan.
Right.
Question. So it's kind of twofold. Is their 148,000 potentially less than other proposals might be simply because we've already contracted with them, so an add-on might be less than someone new?
There is some potential efficiencies there, and then there's also a potential for significant efficiencies because they're already doing the general plan rewrite, and they already know, and they're already in the county in a lot of areas throughout the entire next really 18 months when this effort would be going on. So there are some big potential efficiencies there.
Okay, and then kind of with that, do you picture engaging them with this additionally will slow the other components?
No, it will not slow the other components down. They have separate staff members who actually do the housing element update. We've had 2 different engagements with them, and those are different staff members from Mintier Harnish who will be doing the housing element versus who are doing the other elements of the current general plan update and who have had engagements with the board.
Perfect, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I know I sent you a note about this recently and wondered, I don't know if you've had a chance to check with them or chat with them about this, but when I was reading our housing element, I was trying to figure out, so which should be driving which? Should a housing element be driving our zoning discussions that we will be having? Or should the zoning discussions happen first and then you use that in the housing element? Did you have a chance to ask anybody about that?
We haven't really talked the details of that, the sequence of that, because we're going through the overall general plan update and there is potential to be some changes in the zoning ordinance arena, we will have to sequence that properly. There's benefits of doing the zoning aspect of it first and getting that all nailed down with then you write your housing element as that zoning ordinance has been updated. So we will just have to work through that from a sequence perspective. That has not been defined yet. We would walk through that and define some of that, as the decision was made to have Mentor Hornish potentially execute and do this general or housing element of the general plan for us.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think the thing that struck out with me, and granted, it was a pretty quick read through, but it seemed like some of the feedback that was provided or the analysis that was provided was based on what our zoning allowed for. And so therefore, if you knew, well, housing wise, what we need is X, and so therefore consider that in the zoning could make sense. But also, if that's not where you end up zoning, then you have a housing plan that doesn't reflect reality. So that's why I was asking the question. So thank you for checking into it, and we'll see when you bring it forward.
Right.
Okay. And did you need anything from us formally at this point?
I would just, what's that?
Direction.
I'm just asking for nothing formal. I'm just asking direction. I wanted to bring it back, as a formal contract item, and then any direction as far as the pot of funds to come from.
Would those funds come 50-50 out of both of these?
No, I'm proposing that we bring them all out of the current general plan budget.
Agreed.
I see greater flexibility with that choice.
Did you have another question? It looked like you were waiting to.
No, it was the funding
Okay,
question. I
yeah.
didn't know how far we could.
So do we have consensus that general plan funding seems to make the most sense at this point, and
Okay.
please do bring
So
it back to us?
I'll bring that forward as a agenda item. I'll still have the two options in the agenda item, formally, but we'll start moving in the direction of the general plan funds. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is this is more for just public awareness, but the map associated with the boundaries for the leash law in Weaverville and the surrounding area. This is for resolution number 61-87. So this is a 1987 resolution. There's currently a 1987 quality and detail of the map associated with the boundaries of Weaverville. And we've updated that map to a 2024 map that reflects 2024 quality and standards and capabilities. The boundaries have not changed, though. There is nothing in that resolution as far as the technical boundaries that have changed. We've ran that through the planning department, through county council, through different agencies, and the boundaries have not changed. There are some new roads within the boundary. There's some new road names within there because some things have changed within the boundary since 1987. But again, the overall boundary has not changed. But the new map that is maintained in the CAO office has in fact been updated for this resolution. So if anybody is interested in that, viewing that map as they have done before, they can come in, they can call, they can email the office, and they can get that map. And also we are distributing that map out to the appropriate enforcement agencies.
Thank you.
And my last update is I'd like to recognize a road crew. We got a nice comment in, and just coincidentally, Heidi and Panos and I were down in this area of the county yesterday. But I'll just read the compliment, and I'm going to read the names of the crews. So I would like to recognize their efforts. The compliments is, we compliment the crews for the exceptional work of maintaining our road. We have seen a lot of road crews in our time here in Higham Palm. This current road crew has done an excellent job of keeping the road safe for our residents and guests. This crew has an excellent work ethic. And that crew is Jonathan Fargo, Buck and Turk Monk, Austin Hirsch, Matt Yoder, and Mark Duncan is the mechanic for the whole area down there in southern and western Trinity. So I just like to recognize them for their efforts. They have some hard jobs. We have very minimal staff compared to the number of county miles of road that needs to be maintained, which is 641 in this county right now. And they do some Herculean efforts under some not so good conditions sometimes. And we experienced some of those conditions yesterday down in Heimpal. So I just like to recognize them for their work. And that's all I've got.
That's great. Thank you. Okay. Let's begin with updates. Supervisor Cox.
Okay. I was at RCRC and several things to bring to your attention. The first one, I want to lead by thanking CAO Tat Hill for his engagement with staff and thank our department heads for their response to him. Through their discussions, they compiled a list 5 pages long of unfunded mandates that the state places upon our county. I took that list to RCRC, and while the topic has come up in the past, it's come up more generally. But the fact that I could supply this black and white print copy of very specific items, I got a message is meaningful. I got a message back from Arthur Weiling, the general counsel, and I just want to read that to you because it's going to give you a sense of what probably can't be done and what is looking to be done. He writes, first, from the legal and political perspective, not all state mandates are created equal. Many forms of cost shifting are, unfortunately, fully within the state's legal authority to impose, and thus our only real tool to push back is advocacy, which frankly is going to be difficult this year in light of the state's own immense budgetary problems. Some, however, may be eligible to seek reimbursement through the state mandates claims process, sometimes referred to as SB 90, or vulnerable to legal challenge under Prop 30. Part of the initiative we're exploring involves assessing the wide array of state dictates that cost counties money and identifying those that may be appropriate for more aggressive remedies. Second, counties have not vigorously pursued the SB 90 mandate claims process for the last 10 to 15 years due to a variety of political and organizational reasons. The schools were historically much more active in this area. We're working with some of the consulting firms experienced in this field to assess the possibility of setting up a coordinated multi-county effort to file and prosecute such claims, hopefully with relatively modest county cost and staff burden on the front end. This proposal is not entirely baked yet, but we're hoping to have something concrete to discuss with our members this fiscal year. So I just felt that provided a lot of hope, gives you a little bit of a heads up. If something becomes of that, keep you apprised. Secondly, want to let you know that RCRC is going to bat regarding SB 1383. This is to do with Cal Recycle. This Senate bill requires the state to reduce landfill disposal of organic waste 75% below 2014 levels by 2025. Cal Recycle estimates that these regulations could cost as much as $40 billion to implement over a 10-year period and will require the construction of as many as 100 new organic waste recycling facilities. So your update is that RCRC they're working to secure a senator to introduce a measure to right size and increase flexibility for smaller and rural local governments to comply. So for Trinity, being one of 19 counties with fewer than 70,000 residents, the amendment would continue our rural exemption if successful. So more to come on that. Then, this is kind of the biggie. You'll see Prop 1. If you've gotten your voter ballot already, Prop 1 is there. And what that is really a bit of a marrying of Assembly Bill 531, one section of that, and 62 sections of Senate Bill 326. This is all to do with mental health services. And what I've done is asked our behavioral health department head, Connie Cessna, if she wanted to she and I had a conversation about this yesterday. When this came up before RCRC, it was extremely contentious among the group because the RCRC staff were recommending that RCRC as a whole take a no position stance on Prop 1. Well, there are pieces of this, which Connie's going to explain a little bit in a minute, that feel very egregious to counties. But if you listen to their staff, what they were saying was, we fully expect this is going to pass. People aren't going to really understand what this means, and the way it gets presented, it's probably going to look like something that people would think was important, and they don't understand the components and the meaning behind it. The RCRC staff felt that they would have a better chance at engaging with the legislators in helping us to find, as with this SB 1383, ways by which we can right size, provide flexibility. Whereas if they just take that really strong no into this rather than no position. And so it was tough because it's not something that was comfortable to vote yes on, but listening, I mean, they're the ones that engage. So I did join the strong majority of the RCRC executive board who said yes to the staff asking for the no position, knowing that they would then take up components of it in advocacy for what we need. So Connie's online. She's going to provide a little bit of clarity just for your education.
Thank you, Supervisor Cox. Good morning, members of the board. Connie Smith, Behavioral Health. Yeah, Proposition 1 is a major initiative. It's going to be on the ballot on March 5th. And it's huge. It's 68 pages in the sample ballot. It completely rewrites how behavioral health can use our MHSA funding, and it diverts our funding from direct service provision. We currently use this funding to leverage federal Medi-Cal to serve the Medi-Cal population in Trinity County. So this rewrite will divert our resources to non-service related or agendas. Proposition 1 redirects how we plan for all of our services, not just MHSA in behavioral health. It expands the duties of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. It adds tremendous amount of administrative work, oversight and auditing. For those of you that have worked with us for a while, you know that behavioral health undergoes multiple audits every year, program audits, quality audits, and financial audits. This will add to those significantly. And in addition to diverting our treatment dollars, Proposition 1 literally adds pages of administrative requirements and expanded administrative requirements, including new data tracking, metrics creation and analysis, and significantly more state reporting. These administrative functions are not reimbursable. They are not a Medi-Cal service, and they are not reimbursable to us. So shifting our funds to cover those administrative tasks will definitely further reduce the services that we are able to provide. So they have given us, they have said that there's an opportunity to ask for exemptions to the housing diversion. Most of the dollars, 30% of our MHSA dollars, will be diverted to housing without an exemption. So we do plan to ask for that diversion. We don't have any guarantees of getting it. But without that exemption, we will have to divert 30% of our funding to provide housing instead of mental health services and substance use services. This is having a huge impact all across the state. It's, of course, not just us, but for us, that equals $756,000 based on this year's allocation. which we would leverage into $1.5 million in mental health services in our county. So the loss of services is actually well over $1 million for that diverted money. It's important to give you this heads up because Proposition 1 is likely to pass, and it reads in the 68 pages in the sample ballot like it's going to really help us as a society. It's going to really help the homeless get housing, and it doesn't address the issues that keep those people unhoused today, which is a lack of treatment. So while the state is asking for more and requiring more, they're not paying for any more. They are asking us again to shift existing resources into these other priorities. It's a very, very different day for behavioral health. It will be very difficult for us to wrap our head around not being treatment providers anymore and being data analysts and housing managers for DHCS. So it's quite a shift. We're mapping it out and projecting it right now so that we can try and even wrap our heads around it because the volume is so huge and the changes. The state is rolling these changes out on us before we've even wrapped up the CalAIM implementation. So the major changes in behavioral health are extraordinary right now. Holding our breath, but we're thinking it's going to pass. And just reprioritizing such a vital health service for people who need our care is very, very difficult pill to swallow. At the state level, California Behavioral Health Directors Association did lobby for us and fight for us, much like RCRC, to the best of their ability. And back when before it was a proposition and these were in Senate Bill 326, they got some wins. They got some small wins in the Senate bill before it became a proposition. But overall, this is huge, and it's coming our way in the next month. So thank you for the opportunity to just let you know the serious impact that Proposition 1 will have on behavioral health services in Trinity County and across California.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Connie. Appreciate
Thank
that. Okay. Continuing on, we heard Supervisor Berkey this morning mention coming implementation of cameras that will be placed at different strategic points throughout the county. These will be predominantly utilized to quickly identify smoke for fires, but we will, well, turns out we won't. That's the good news coming. The monitoring system for those cameras is on an annual contract. So when there's 3 feet of snow on the ground for a few months, we're still paying to look for sparks of fire. But the good news to that point is that they can be utilized for any resource that we need. So search and rescue has maybe a missing person that was hiking someplace. Those cameras can be utilized for any of those needs as well. So at this time, there are 2 counties in the two cameras in the county. 6 have been proposed and committed by PG&E to be added. And at our recent meeting, PG&E announced that they would fund 12 additional cameras for a total of 18 wildfire cameras that are coming. And they also committed to cover the service fees for the first 21 cameras, which is somewhere between $1,200 and $1,500 monthly forever. So that was a big deal, and thanks to PG&E for that investment in our county. Further, just as a note under Fire Safe Council meetings, if you are a landowner and you've got sediment that's getting into creeks on your property, or you've got other issues, the NCRS can help you as a private landowner, and that might be something that people are not widely aware of. So they do have an office in Weaverville. You can reach out, or you can certainly reach out to your supervisor for contact information there. Also, this might impact some folks. Air quality management update on burn barrel exemptions. Make sure that if you purchase a burn permit, you read your burn permit to find out whether your area has their burn barrel exemption ongoing, because there were a number of them that were lost this year. So you'll want to be aware of that. NorCal EMS meeting will be this Thursday, February 8th, and I'll be Zooming from the second floor conference room. So that is a public meeting, and if you wish to participate in that, you can do so there with me if you choose to, or you can Zoom it online. And that is the end of my report.
Supervisor Gogan.
Okay. I believe my out-of-county travel to the end. On the 25th of January, there was a candidates night that the Hmong community of District 3 and District 5 put on. I was part of that. It went well, and it was a good night for everybody there. On the 30th, there was a candidates night that all the candidates participated in, myself, Dan, and the two people who are running against us.
I don't think that that's appropriate for board
that not?
reports. Am I correct? Candidate events are not
Okay.
something we talk about here.
Engage in any campaign.
It wasn't meant to be that way. Then I will let Rick expand on what we did yesterday.
Okay, Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
As CAO Tuthill mentioned, myself and our roads commissioner and CAO Tuthill went down to the community of High and Palm yesterday. We spent some time on the front porch, engaging with the community regarding the significant erosion being caused by the South Fork River eating into a private piece of ground there, and then causing troubles with the Garrett Road. We're hopeful that we may be able to at least get some communication going and some opportunities, find some opportunities to see if we can't begin to do some, not us as the county, but just to alert those folks who do large riverine projects to see if we can get some work on that in the future. I met with the Salyer Volunteer Fire Department and the Community Service District. The Trinity County, or the Trinity Food Bank, had in the last couple of meetings shared with us that they had received funding for the emergency containers that will have emergency supplies in them, and they were looking for locations in District 4 in Western County. And I'm happy to say that the Salyer Volunteer Fire Department and the Community Service District in Salyer will be allowing a location for one of the emergency containers there, so that Western County will have those supplies on hand and be able to facilitate distribution of those in the event that we have a fire or another natural disaster type emergency. I had the opportunity to just spend a couple different meetings with groups of individuals that live within my district regarding specifically the cannabis ordinance update, and then different communities within my district regarding some of the concerns they have for issues surrounding the county roads. I do want to say that District 4 is holding strong in all of the wind and rain. Being a little bit more western, we often get more of a coastal influence, and we have been literally pounded with rain and high level winds throughout the whole western portion of the county. It just flies straight up that river corridor, and it's just been really, really hard hit in the last couple weeks. But everyone seems to be remaining in high spirits and hopeful for spring and grateful for water, even though sometimes it seems like right now it's coming out everywhere you look. Then I am leaving this week, at the end of the week, to attend the NACO conference, the legislative conference in Washington, D.C. I'll be taking a couple components of concern from our county forward when we have the opportunity to meet with our legislators on the Hill, but then also as I network and communicate with leaders from other counties, and specifically the Rural Action Caucus and the public lands counties, to just make sure that the PILT funding is fully funded this year for our county and for other rural counties. And then to kind of continue to pound on some of the really restrictive NEPA requirements when it comes to our county roads department to be able to get some work done. It just seems like at times the amount of NEPA documentation and the provisions that we need to do in order to get work done is very, very arduous and prevents us from doing the needed work that is necessary for success in our roadways. And then also, I will forever and always carry my hope forward for Trinity County to have its tribes federally recognized. So that's something that's near and dear to my heart, and I believe it is something that we should all be fighting for. So I will be heading off to NACO, and I'll have a big, giant report when I get back from that.
I would ask, when you're talking with them about NEPA requirements that would limit work on roads, could you bring up, I don't think you'll get anywhere, but I'd like more voice in the air. There should be some flexibility with NEPA requirements for post-fire activities.
Yes, I agree. I will ask publicly for any board members that would like me to carry specific talking points forward into either one of those caucuses that I sit on. Please forward those to me. I know CAO Tut Hill is going to give me a few, and our department, our roads commissioner is going to send me with a few, and I have some from the school here, especially regarding the PILT funding. So if there's any bullet points that you feel are a priority, especially for your assignments, let me know, and I will be more than happy to bring our voice forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Frazier.
Okay, on January 24th, I attended the CGT CAP meeting in Reading. We elected officers for both the CAP and for our local section. So Sherry White is the chairperson from Trinity County. And the board as a whole, we have as the new chair, Jason McMullen. He would be from Glenn County, I believe. No, he's from Colusa. Vice chair is myself, and the secretary is Jason Ross. And then the county chairs from Colusa is Donna Dennis, Glenn County is Debbie Motter, and Trinity is Sherry White. Trinity County is still lacking a Category 3 representative on that board. That's someone who represents private enterprise. So if you know anyone who's interested, that position's been vacant since 2022. And it would be nice to have that filled. January 29th, I went to Eureka. I met with the Six Rivers Forest Supervisor, Ted MacArthur, to discuss hazard trees along county roads in the August footprint, something I've been trying to deal with since 2020. After that meeting, I did receive follow-up from District Ranger Kristen Lark, and it sounds like we're actually going to start making progress. In the follow-up email I got from her, she did ask that a special thank you go out to David Colbeck and Bethany Llewellyn for their work on this as we move forward. It sounds like there is some funding. When I talked to David, everything's still in the works, but there is funding available, and hopefully there'll be movement soon on removing some of those hazard trees, because it's miles and miles and miles of hazard trees that we have to deal with. Other than that, the only other thing I would have, and I don't know how we want to work on this, before when we had talked about ideas for our representatives on these at RCRC, CSAC and such, I came up with an idea that I would like to have Supervisor Cox promote at RCRC. I don't know if you guys want to vote on that at a different meeting before we do it, but my proposal is that she ask RCRC to start the process with a ballot initiative for a constitutional amendment to the California State Constitution. And that amendment would read, the Senate has a membership of 58 senators, one from each county, elected to 4-year terms, 29 to begin every 2 years. So changing it from 40 senators to 58, so each county would have representation, and then in the assembly, just to maintain the balance, moving it from 80 assemblymen to 116. That would be based on population. So I don't know if we need to have a vote on that as a board, or if we can give direction. It's probably not essential that it moves forward today, but that's my proposal, to have Supervisor Cox work with RCRC.
I believe you'd want to vote on that.
Okay.
Bring it back for an agenda item so it can be completely discussed.
All right, with that, then I would like to propose we put that on the agenda for our next meeting.
Okay. Okay with that? All right. And is that something that you'll be presenting, or do you need?
I'll present it to the board, and then if Supervisor Cox wishes, I'll help her with RCRC also.
Okay.
I do have one request based on your report out regarding the CAP. Trinity lacking a private enterprise representative. Could you create just a little half-page description of what that person's responsibilities would be to that entity, and why would they be motivated to represent Trinity County? I wouldn't have any idea how to sell this to somebody and to try to help you fill that role.
All right, I'll see if I can talk to Jesse, and maybe we'll come up with something and get that out. No, Jesse is our other Class 3 rep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. For District 1, out-of-county travel, as Supervisor Gogan alluded to yesterday, we were, Jamie Green and Supervisor Gogan and I were in Sacramento for Senator McGuire's swearing in as the Senate pro temp, or pro tempore, was referred to both ways. Who knows which one is right? But it was an honor to be invited, and Supervisor Cox was invited as well, but she was sick, so she couldn't come. But I think it's great that the senator is being put in this position. He is such a strong supporter for our part of the state, and I think they said, I can't remember the number of years it's been.
1860.
Yeah, it's 100 and something.
1860 something before, since someone from our part of the county has been in that role. So there were some really strong words of support and encouragement and respect offered for him as part of the procedures. It was interesting to watch that the vote was one where they called a verbal vote, and it was all in support. So when we sit and watch things happen in our US Congress and Senate, and there's never all vote for anything in the world. That was interesting to see, but it was a very neat event, and I think it was important for us as we could to show up, because he always shows up for us. So we were happy to do that. Made for an interesting day of travel, but it was all right. Thankfully, the snow was not upon us for the travel back. Anything else you wanted to add based on that?
No, it was just very festive event. He's certainly very popular, and I think the attendance for Trinity County, we're proud to be there and supported our county well.
And for those working parents out there, you'll appreciate that he held his toddler in his arms the whole time while he was raising his hand and taking the oath of office. It was cute. NORTEC, which is the workforce development organization that we're a part of, I participated in 2 sessions with the executive director in preparation for upcoming ad hoc committee meetings and board meetings. And this is focused on strategic planning work they're doing. So just as we've been focused on it here in the county, I've been working with them to help introduce that process for them. And it's been really great because they are refining their view of what they can and should be doing. And it's giving them more alignment and focus, and it's getting the board, which in their case is over a 40-person board, all aligned on what the priorities are and what the expectations are. So it's been very encouraging, and we have an ad hoc committee meeting later this week, and then a board meeting soon after that, and I'm encouraged by what I see. SCED, I know all these acronyms. This is our Economic Development Regional Group. The Executive Director, Ryan Richardson, actually came up to spend some time with some of us in Weaverville last week. And it was productive because he was specifically looking for projects that he might be able to support through some new funding that he is getting his hands on. So we discussed a number of projects that might fit the bill, and he followed up with an email today. And so we'll have some quick homework because there's a meeting later this month that he's hoping to put that on the agenda for. So we'll be trying to follow up and get some Trinity County projects in the loop for some funding. NACO, as you heard from Supervisor Carpenter Harris, she's the primary, I'm the secondary. I was thinking about attending, but decided to let her represent us well, as I know she will. And the only thing that I will miss out on by not being there is I'm on a different subcommittee than Supervisor Carpenter Harris, and she can't go to that meeting on my behalf because her meeting will be at the same time. So I do know it's on the agenda and I have provided input, but I won't be attending. It's a 4 or 5 day trip in DC, and our travel budgets are tight. I mentioned last meeting, the McConnell Foundation. We had a great meeting with the COO who came up to spend some time with us, spent a few hours here in Weaverville. And we talked about projects, not just about Weaverville, but throughout Trinity County. And I think it was a very encouraging session. I think one of the things that was most encouraging to me is she highlighted momentum and the collaboration. And she specifically called out that in that meeting, we had people from private sector, nonprofit sector, and 2 representatives from the board. And she said, anytime I can show up to a meeting and I have that kind of representation, gives me great hope and encouragement. And and basically said, and we will definitely be in touch. So that to me was very encouraging. They're a huge partner for many, and we're happy to be on their radar in a positive way. And then very recently, CAO Tuthill and I met with representatives from the Humboldt Area Foundation, Wild Rivers Community Foundation, and the Arcata Economic Development Corporation. And they were basically reached out to us because they are working on a number of initiatives that they thought would be potentially of interest to us. So somewhat project-based, but also they are looking to come up with a better way to identify and to better utilize all the various funding sources that are available. And so that's right in line with some of the things that we've been doing. And I even mentioned the database that we've been working on to not only categorize funding sources, but also projects that are tied to those funding sources. So it's great that after finding ourselves reaching out to organizations and them being surprised to hear from us, we now actually have some that aren't even necessarily on our radar reaching out to us. And it's very encouraging. And I think it's another part of the momentum that I feel building, which is very encouraging. And that's it for my update. Okay. Report from ad hocs. Cannabis ordinance update is the only ongoing ordinance or ad hoc at this time. And Supervisor Frazier, you may have been in a meeting that I wasn't at since our last meeting, but I know in our very last meeting, we were talking again about the priorities that were discussed in the boardroom recently, but trying to dig a little bit deeper to be very clear about the order of those and some of the details of how those might come back to the board. Is there anything you wanted to share?
Not really. Some of those priorities have already we've accomplished. Which is nice to see. And it will be continuing to move forward. One thing I think we need to make clear is that we are still moving forward with the ordinance update as a whole. That priority list didn't stop that process. It's just, these are things we want to deal with that need to be done before that whole process goes through. Other update I think would be that I've volunteered us to take on a little bit more of that. I think that's actually probably the correct way to do this, would be for Supervisor Lutweiler and I to take on some of the writing part and have staff tell us if we did it wrong, rather than expect staff to rewrite these ordinances. So we're taking a little bit more active role in some of it, like the enforcement side and try to do some more of the legwork ourselves instead of leaving that all on Drew and crew.
Yeah. Oh, yes, go ahead.
I want to make sure that I had a really good meeting with several cannabis farmers from my district, and they provided me with some really good information on areas where they see opportunities for improvement, and then also opportunities or places where things are working well, and want to make sure we don't change things by reinventing wheels. But with that being said, I will seek a way to provide that to Trent and possibly one of you, since we can't do both of you and myself, to bring that to your attention and help out with that, providing that information, bringing it forward to you.
Thank you. And I'll follow up with you because I had to check something with CAO Tuttle. I don't want to make you repeat, so I'll check with you afterwards. Thank you. All right. All right, and the next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Any public comment in the room on the consent calendar?
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Belenko, Douglas City. I'd like to pull item 3.3, not because I disagree with it. I just don't want to see that get lost in the consent memorandum. I think it's a very important issue. I'm glad to see the board taking a role in this and acting so fast on it. It being AT&T asking to not have to bother with landline 911 particularly. I'm sure there are people in this room who have received reverse 911 notifications of evacuations. The chances of someone in our county needing a landline for 911, I think, are far higher than probably a lot of the regions where AT&T serves. So I think this is an important issue, not just for the board. I wanted to pull it so maybe people aren't aware that this is under consideration by CPUC. They can contact on their own behalf because this is a very important issue. Again, I very much encourage the board to approve this signature. I'm glad to see it. But I just did want to draw a little more attention than consent might do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the consent calendar?
Veronica.
Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I wanted to request that you pull 3.6. Again, like Mr. Belenko, not that I oppose it. I think it's a great way to, save that money. I just wanted a little clarity on the project, because between the summary and the comment, I feel there's a little discrepancy in my mind, because I know within the last few months, the county has released some inventory that they used for transitional housing. And now there's talk about renovating or converting a local motel. And as someone that actively promotes tourism in Trinity County, one of the main complaints I hear is that there aren't enough hotel rooms available for some of the things that we're trying to bring in. So I just maybe wanted a little bit of clarity on whether there is a project in mind or whether it's coming up before, but I think it's a good use of what they want to do with that money. Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
Okay. Would any supervisor like to pull items from the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion that, as per the public's request, we pull out item 3.3 and 3.6 for separate consideration.
Okay. You have that authority. Anybody else? Okay.
I'll move to approve the remainder.
Second.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Chairman Luke Weiler?
Aye. Thank you. Okay. Item 3.3. Authorize the chairman to sign a letter in opposition of AT&T's application for relief of the carrier of last resort obligations, no fiscal impact. Interestingly, the first 8.5 years of my career were with AT&T and their management program. So it was a full circle that I would be now signing a letter of opposition. But what this is really about, and it was brought to my attention by some residents who actually received the notification in the mail sooner than the county did. There was an obligation by AT&T to notify both the residents and the county, but it took a while longer for it to get to the county. But what they have done is not just in Trinity County by any stretch. In fact, we're one of the smaller areas affected by it, but they're seeking relief from this carrier of last resort requirement. And what that basically means is they have said, we believe that there are other alternatives that are available, and so we should not be burdened by maintaining this carrier of last resort status, which in effect means they can stop providing the local landline copper service. And RCRC, CSAC, and others have all come out in opposition to this for a lot of the reasons that you heard from Tom Blanco, that there are just areas of the state that are so dependent upon this that it's just it's not appropriate for them to be able to pull this service out, and we really don't have viable alternatives available for us, at least that are in place today. So I was the one who asked that this be put on the agenda and worked with the folks to get the background material in place and the letter prepared. As I said, both RCRC and CSAC have provided opposition talking points, and they will also be opposing it. So this is just one of our steps. Also, I have put out, and perhaps Trent, this is something, if we don't already have it on the website anywhere, there is a link where anyone in the public can submit public comments to the Public Utilities Commission specifically about this matter so that they can hear directly from folks. I've shared that in my updates, but I know that gets to a small percentage of the population, so we can make that available maybe in other ways if people would like, or certainly reach out to me if you would like that information. Did anybody have any questions about that, or anybody, Trent, anybody would like to add information about that?
From a staff perspective, no additional information. We're tracking it, through different forums, and definitely support the letter of opposition.
Any questions? Okay, entertain a motion.
Public comment.
Oh, thank you. Public comment?
I have no raised hands.
Okay.
I'll move to approve as presented.
Second.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Luetwater.
Okay, I will read this, and then Trent, you or someone on your team will speak to this. 3.6, adopt a resolution authorizing the county to direct a portion of the County of Trinity 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 permanent local housing allocations, PLHA, to a dedicated interest-bearing reserve account for acquisition and renovation of real property for transitional housing. No impact to the general fund. Potential loss of 2019 allocation portion in the amount of $121,622 if not moved into an interest-bearing reserve.
So thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the board, staff. The purpose of this funds is actually to create a transitional housing unit. What we're trying to do is address the needs of our homeless issue that we have here. So we know that some of the point in time counts that we've had recently said there's a growing number of homeless individuals, and putting them into transitional housing and then moving into permanent housing is what we want to do with these funds.
So I'll address the the public comment about a potential, project. We have been talking about a potential project. It is not ready for public input, for public discussion at this point. There's some planning things going on, but we don't have enough fidelity or enough details or enough information to have a value added public discussion on it at this point.
And Jesse, I know that you had mentioned this the other day when we met, but also I see it here that there is one aspect of this, when back to the 2019 funding, that if we don't take some action like putting it into this account, then we could potentially risk losing it.
We would lose it, yes.
Yeah, and this puts it in a place where we can continue to have access to it for projects we're looking at
Sure.
now or others, but the purpose
Whatever
is,
future project we have with our 5-year plan for that funds.
okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions for that? Okay. Public comment?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no raised hand.
Okay. Entertain a motion?
Or to pass 3.6.
I will second.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Lutwiler.
Aye. Thank you. Hmm? Sure. We will take a break and come back at 11. It's about 9-10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, thank you for coming back in time to get started. The next section is county matters. These are items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the clerk of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. And I will note that there was already a change that I had requested because we had a lot of things that were going to happen after our hearings that I thought could move pretty quickly, and yet staff would have to wait around for many, many hours to get through those items. But at the same time, I recognize that there are people that have driven many hours to be here for the hearing. So we will, I do believe that these items that we have in front of it will move quickly. But it was suggested to me that perhaps item 4.5 be moved to the end, since staff will have to be here for that one anyway, but that could then be after the hearings and not hold up the people that have driven here for the hearings. We have agreement on that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we did add this emergency item that I think that and the first 4 items should be able to move relatively quickly. So let's start with the emergency item. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think the emergency item goes to the end of the.
Oh, does it automatically go to the end?
Goes to the bottom.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was added as 4.8. You
Oh,
can
it
hear
was.
it out of order if you want.
Yeah, it's fine. Just keep it at the end because nobody else needs
Yeah,
to be
that's
here for
only
that
us.
anyway. So thank you for that clarification. Okay, 4.1. Clerk of the board, adopt a resolution confirming the continuance of a local health emergency due to hazardous material concerns resulting from the 2021 fires in Trinity County. No fiscal impact.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board and staff. Mike Catoni, Deputy Director for Health and Human Services. This item, as well as the next item, are typically under consent calendar, but thought you might just want a quick little update. And actually, regarding 4.1, so this is a local health emergency that was declared as a result of the 2021 fires, so the monument and fire in the river complex. And that's to help facilitate hazardous household waste and private property debris removal. Happy to report that those activities are concluded. And it was just a matter of allowing environmental health a little bit more time for monitoring activities. So at this point, we can actually allow that local health emergency to expire. We don't need that anymore. So
This one we don't need anymore.
that's correct.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Well, there you go. Any questions? And public comment? None in the room?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, so what you're looking for is actually a motion to deny.
That's correct.
Okay,
I'm very happy to hear that this has been concluded. There was a number of people who I know were battling through to that final acceptance of their property being cleaned up. And so I'm grateful for them and for you.
Right.
The work
Thank you. Yeah, it is a long process, and I'm just kudos to everybody who had to, go through that. But yeah, it takes a while. There's still some work being done around reconciliation of insurance proceeds having to do with debris removal, but that work is ongoing.
Thank you.
okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to deny item 4.1.
Second.
So,
All right, move to deny item 4.1.
and we have a second?
I second.
Okay, any discussion?
Okay. Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Chairman Litweiler?
Aye. Okay, 4.2, adopt a resolution confirming the continuance of the local emergency due to drought conditions in the county of Trinity.
Okay. Again, Mike Catoni, Health and Human Services. This item was also something, it was a local emergency proclamation in 2021. Following the state's proclamation of a drought, there was a series of state proclamations in 2021 starting in the spring, that proclaimed a drought in the state, and then over a few subsequent proclamations added eventually by, I think, October of that year, added all 58 counties. So we have this in place just to make sure that we're able to capture any assistance or resources that we might need going forward. Also in 2021, Senate Bill 552 was signed by the governor, and that establishes a process for small water systems and rural counties to develop a drought resilience plan. That work is underway. We have an interim group working on that. Matter of fact, we have a meeting tomorrow with the State Department of Water Resources to put a plan together to have a process to create the drought resilience plan for the county, and we'll be working on that probably for the next 12 months or so, but more to come that in the future. But for now, we'd like to keep this in place.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
I do have some questions about that because I struggle with the idea of declaring that we're in a drought when we're swimming to this meeting. So I need an explanation. You have to prove to me that we're in a drought before I can declare that we're in a drought.
Okay, yes, I agree. I don't agree necessarily, but I understand where that kind of confusion comes from. I'm not an expert on water, but drought is something that is the culmination of years of under precipitation. And so, yeah, we do have flooding going on, especially right now. If you're in Southern California, there's a lot of stuff going on with flooding and lots of water. But at the same time, we're only at 50% of snowpack for this year. And so when you add those years together, you still end up with a situation where you are going to have a lack of drinking water throughout the state and impact to the wells. And I know that environmental health could probably attest to some of the issues around wells going dry and such. So it is certainly possible to have an ongoing drought that's the result of years of not having enough precipitation, even though in one season you get a whole lot of rain. So I hope that makes sense.
I will say the property that we purchased has a spring-fed pond that for 40 years overflowed constantly year-round. And the second of our 3 years of extreme drought, it stopped. And now it is coming back in the winters, but not sticking through the whole year. So I think to your point, water tables are still low. We still hear about people with, even in what I've read for today's appeals, about wells going dry. So I understand that there is this, we are soaked right now, but we are still recovering from a drought period. And then you mentioned we have a drought resiliency plan that is funded by monies through this proclamation. Is that correct?
Well, it's funded as a result of SB 552 that I mentioned. And so basically what the state did was they made assistance available to counties in one of two forms, and you could choose one. And one was, I think, $125,000 to fund your county taking on the work of creating a drought resilience plan. The other choice was technical assistance, and that's what we chose to pursue because we just don't have the staff to devote, solely to creating that plan. But with this, we have the assistance of the State Department of Water Resources and their contracted vendor who will help us through that process.
So
Questions?
yeah, so even though we've chosen a path where the funding we receive isn't paying for the drought resilience plan, it's all bundled in that we don't know what subsequent years will bring. We could see multiple years of drought, but because you've said we've chosen another option for our funding, my thought process becomes a little removed from that.
The option for the assistance was either just the money or the technical assistance, and we thought that we would be better served by the technical assistance, and they will walk us through the process of creating a county drought resilience plan, which will help us reach out, engage with our small water systems in the county to determine, what is needed for water conservation and to maintain, and then also to identify as we move forward if we have needs from the community for assistance with drinking water and other resources.
Okay, thank you for that. They're more linked than I understood
Mhm.
initially, so, yep.
Any other questions?
Chair, may I make a comment, Chair? So in regards to the timeframe here, if you look on the California State site, it's run by NOAA. It's the National Integration Drought Information System. And if you look on the long-term multi-indicator drought index for the state of California, Trinity County is about half of the county is still in dry conditions for the long term, and this is the 5-year plan. So like Mike was saying, you know, it's not just looking at this current year or the last year, which have been, you know, wetter years than normal, but when you take into account the 3 years prior to that, which were extremely dry years, that's what comes up with a whole 5-year rolling average index.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions that take public comment? None in the room?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve as presented.
Second,
Oh, second.
and any discussion?
I still struggle. I get the idea behind the funding. I don't see the emergency, but that's my own personal.
You know, it's interesting because above it says local health emergency due to hazardous material concerns from fires. This says due to drought conditions. And so I get where your mind can get tied up in this, and I don't know if there's a way to word it that is, you know, add-on effects from drought conditions that began in such and such a date or something. But I also understand what our CAO is showing, that there is still, if you look at a rolling 5-year average, that we are still in those kinds of conditions, even though we're soaked right now.
Yeah, and the issue I have, I think, is probably with the language with an emergency. And we've had this discussion before. I brought it up in the past. We had a declaration of emergency for drought and flooding in the same day. I have an issue with the emergency part. So
Okay. And my understanding from a clarification standpoint is absent that being in place, then we no longer have access to the funding.
Without putting words in anybody's mouths, but a number of years ago when we had multiple, I want to say maybe 6 different emergencies that rolled through the calendar periodically based on when the renewals came, we did have our HHS director come and give quite an in-depth presentation to us on why the language has to be the way that it is. And so whereas we may feel uncomfortable with the language itself, it's not something that they can control. And this is something that they need from the board for approval to move forward with measures that are in our best interest going forward.
And I appreciate the lack of a rubber stamp approval or a process, you know, the approach, sorry, sorting for the right words. You know, we should be up here thinking about what we're being asked to consider. So I appreciate that. Supervisor Frazier. Okay, we have motion and a second.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier?
no.
Chairman Lutwiler?
Aye. Under Human Resources, item 4.3, approve a master memorandum of understanding with the Deputy Sheriff's Association establishing salaries and benefits, approximately $78,800 for the 2-year term of the agreement from the general fund.
Good morning, Chairman Lutwiler and members of the supervisors of the board. Layla Cassis, Human Resources Director and Risk Manager for County of Trinity. Here to let you know that we did the prior MOU with the Sheriff's Department Association did expire on December 31st, 2022. I understand that negotiations had begun back then. something occurred to make them curtail for a while. We picked them back up in August. Myself, Susie Hawkins, and Margaret Long were part of the negotiation process, as well as, of course, members of the DSA. And we did go through the negotiating process, came up with an agreement that's before you in your notes there on the topic. I can read them for you if you like, or we can move forward. Any questions?
Fine. Yeah, any questions from the board?
No, feel very comfortable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment?
I have no raised hands.
Okay. Consider a motion.
I'll move to approve as presented.
I will second.
And I will just make a comment that appreciate the work that's done, behind the scenes. I know there's a lot of work going on with this. For the public's benefit, there are times when our closed session items include things like this because they are personnel matters. And so the fact that the board is weighing in perhaps what seemingly quickly in public is because we've had more in-depth discussions behind the scenes, and that represents a fraction of all the work that went into it behind those scenes. So thank you very much for all your work. Okay.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Lutwiler.
Aye. Thank you. Item 4.4 under transportation, waive the reading of and enact an ordinance amending Trinity County Code Section 12.08 pertaining to setbacks along highways, introduced January 31st, 2024. No fiscal impact.
So I know Panos is online for any additional questions, but this is the item that was on the agenda on the special meeting on the 31st and was approved at that point. This is the second reading. Nothing has changed from that time. This is just the procedural part to bring this back for the second reading. And then if the board decides to approve today, we'll start the 30-day period.
Okay, any questions? We'll move to public comment. Any in the room?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I will approve 4.4 as stated.
Second.
Motion to approve and a second.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Lutwiler.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to move 4.8 to, or 4.5 to after 4.7, which means we will move into item 4.6 under cannabis. Conduct an appeal hearing to uphold, modify, or overturn the Planning Commission's decision to deny the appeal of the director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis license, CCL 771, for 10381 Ruth Xenia Road, Hettenshaw, California. CCL applicant Severin Stoyanov, I hope I got that right. Smoking Green Valley LLC, appellant Philip Gilman, planning file P-23-19, fiscal impact unknown.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plabani, Cannabis Division Director. I think I'm going to just provide a brief summary of the background to this project, and then assuming that it's okay with you all, we'll open it up for public comment and comments from the appellant and appellee, and then dive into the technical discussion after that. Does that sound reasonable?
If there's no concern. Sure.
So just a brief summary. The application and license for this project was approved on June 23rd, 2023. and was scheduled for license issuance on or after July 12th. On July 11th, an application for appeal of the director's decision was submitted to the Community Development Department. And on October 12th, 2023, the appeal was heard by the Planning Commission and the appeal denied. Following that, on October 25th, an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to the Board of Supervisors was received, and that is the reason this item is before you all today. If it's acceptable, I'll just stop there and we can dive into the technical discussion after we hear all the public comments and comments from the appellant and appellee.
Unless there's some broad level question you'd like to ask and add?
I do have one broad level question that I would like you to, or Trent, or some maybe council to speak into. When I read the appeal, there's two sections. They're appealing the Appendix C, and they're appealing your issuing of the license. So the way it's written as the agenda item is only the appeal of the director's decision. So how do we speak to the Appendix C side also? And we've kind of had this issue in the past because it's not a clear-cut definition of where is this appeal, what is the appeal, and how do we address that?
I'm happy to give my understanding of that, but it may be a council or a question that council may be better suited to answer.
I think if you can link together your approval or your decision based on the review of the Appendix C, that might clarify things.
Sure. So I think one of the points of confusion related to that is that the legal notice that goes to the newspaper ties together the approval of the Appendix C document and the determination of Trinity County as the lead agency for CEQA, as well as the director's decision to issue the license. It is certainly a point of confusion. My understanding is that there is a 30-day CEQA appeals timeline. And again, my understanding is that related to an appeal of the lead agency's decision, I don't believe that that sort of appeal, if that's even the right term, would come before the Planning Commission or the board, but council may be able to more clearly answer that component. I don't know if I can give much more of an answer to that question.
Actual appeal document.
And while Amanda's looking,
Go ahead and go on.
I'll just kind of go on, which is, as I understand it, the license issuance is a ministerial license. It is not a discretionary license or permit. We do not have the ability, based on the information that was given to me when I assumed the position of division director, to condition these small licenses consistent with with the process that would occur during a discretionary approval. So my understanding is that the license issuance itself is ministerial. The CEQA approval process is discretionary in nature. So I don't know if that helps to answer your question, Dan, but I think that's as best as I can answer it.
We'll get deeper later.
If we are considering this Appendix C, is there a reason we weren't provided that? Is that not a public document?
It is a public document, and I apologize that the Appendix C was not included as an attachment.
From reading of some of the comments here, that document is in question, and I'm not exactly sure how we can proceed without it.
I think that, is reasonable, and if you wish to continue this item to a later date and have the full Appendix C submitted for your review, that's, of course, your pleasure.
Yeah, you would have to have it before you to make any decisions about it, obviously.
Additionally, I will note that there are components of the Appendix C document that are confidential. It was noteworthy to me that confidential components were submitted to you all via public comment, and those elements would not be included in an Appendix C that was made public, period. The archaeological portions of the Appendix C are confidential and are redacted and are not released along with public versions of the approved Appendix C document.
Okay. And I also have, I don't understand how we have something that contains CEQA, is required to go through a CEQA process, and CEQA itself, by definition, is a discretionary act, and yet we're calling the entire thing a ministerial. So I'm going to need some explanation on that. I don't know if this is the proper time.
And I'll speak to that as best as I can. If you simplistically consider a ministerial permit or license approval process, it would be, here are the boxes, you've checked all the boxes, your license or permit is issued. So one of the boxes being checked, as I understand the process of a ministerial license issuance, is that there is an approved Appendix C. That box is checked. So as it relates to concerns about the adequacy of the evaluations in the Appendix C, again, that's a point of confusion that I think we're looking for the answer for you all.
Okay, so I think I understand you, but I'm going to check my understanding if I could. I think what I hear you saying is that if we were looking at the Appendix C, that in itself, that portion is discretionary.
Yes.
Once that moves forward, then everything else becomes ministerial.
Right. You've met the requirements. The permit or license is issued.
Okay.
And thus there can be appeal of both the discretionary approval of the CEQA document and the ministerial approval of the actual license.
You can't appeal a ministerial
Right.
license. That's
Sorry.
where
Thank you.
we had this rub in our last appeal. I said, if you have a ministerial permit, it doesn't require CEQA. So that's a discussion that we have to have on a way broader scale. The fact that we have a discretionary permit that's ministerial can be an issue, at least in my brain. So I didn't want to open up a giant can of worms with that question, but it's a question that I think needs to be answered. How do we separate the two different distinct portions of appeal? Because we have an appeal of the Appendix C that it wasn't done correctly, and we have an appeal that the license shouldn't be issued based on other criteria. So to me, we have two appeals. We have one agenda item, and we don't have all the info.
That's correct. They're two separate issues. I mean, they're two separate things that have to be considered, and you don't have half of it before you.
Okay. Well, I guess that we always had that as an option, was to continue this to another time, regardless of this particular outcome that you've identified. Did you have something else you wanted to say about that?
I just wanted my
So
question answered.
have waited and they have traveled, and we're telling them basically we're not in a position to address this hearing at this point, basically.
I guess another question for council, because this is agendized as an appeal to the director's decision. How do we, if we continue forward today, do we then have to have staff bring back an appeal to the Appendix C? Because the application for the appeal for the Appendix C is here, but we didn't hear that. We haven't got that portion.
Right.
So I'm looking at this agenda item saying we're coming back no matter what, because it wasn't properly agendized.
I agree with you.
Does that mean That from a planning commission standpoint, it needed to be done differently there as well.
From a planning commission standpoint,
This went to the planning commission and now it's coming to us. So if it came to the planning commission in the same way and had the same information, then I assume they didn't have all the information they should have been considering either. That's why I'm trying to understand. So we don't do this 42 times.
Over and over. Yeah, thank you.
what did planning commission have before them? Did they have all the materials? It looks like they did, but
So I would say the question that we're trying to resolve is, what is the appeals process for the determination of Trinity County as lead agency for CEQA?
it's part and parcel of your decision. Like you're saying, according to what you said, that until that's dealt with, your decision, that has to be handled first. And then your decision is ministerial after that, is what you were saying. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, I mean, generally, but I think that the notice of determination is the document that shows the decision or determination of the lead agency. And that is separate from the director's decision to issue a permit under the use permit code section. So I know I'm not helping clarify, but that's my best understanding of the process.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the staff report real quick.
Would it be appropriate and helpful if we took a 10-minute break so that staff and county council could confer and then we can come back and provide appropriate information in public?
That would be helpful.
Okay. We will take a 10-minute break. Thank you. It's not going to be solved in 10 minutes. Okay, if we can all take our seats, we're going to come back into session.
And find out that we still don't know it. Liam, you're going the wrong way.
Okay, so we will continue. We did have discussion during the 10-minute break, and I think what became clear is that we certainly need to continue this. We need to better understand even the framework of the decision that we're making. Go ahead.
Confer with the CEQA attorney,
Okay.
Derek Cole.
So we will be continuing this item. Do we need to have a vote on that or yes? Okay, so I'll call for that in a minute. And then one of the things while I was on break and you two were trying to slew through the muck is a request from some of the folks that are involved in this process of if we logistically could coordinate this being back on the calendar when we're also discussing whatever was going to come out of discussions on opt-out ordinance. That would be one less 6-hour round trip for some of the folks that are involved in this process. So, and since we kind of have created the reason for it to have to come back in the first place, we'll try to account for that in our scheduling.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I apologize for my ignorance on this question, but what happens when we pause this for both the cannabis permit? Does everything just stop until these appeals are fully heard?
Yes.
Okay, I just was curious. Thank you. Sorry that I didn't already know that.
So do you want a motion? I will make a motion that we bring this back on the 20th when we're going to have at least some discussion after today's closed session on how we're going to move forward with opt-outs.
Okay.
Second.
And County Council, if I can.
We do have a 10-day noticing period we would have to meet
Oh,
Okay.
that we would not meet. So
Okay.
we need to take public comment on this before we.
we can take public comment on the motion to
That's what I was just
continue
going to ask. Yeah. So I know that normally we'd be taking public comment on the matter. Now we're taking public comment on the motion to continue.
Correct.
Okay. So we do have a motion and a second. Public.
But we're looking at February 20th. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that we're meeting the
February
10-day period, though we wouldn't meet that period from
No,
here.
so I think we should just say, well, yeah, do you
We
want
have
to
to do
amend your
March.
motion to just,
If we move it to a date specific, we don't have to renotice. Correct?
It's got to be the 6th.
I'm just, I don't think we're going to be ready on the 20th.
Well,
The 5th.
So maybe
we might.
we could just say that we would move to continue it to the point at which we're ready after discussion with council and with discussions about opt-out.
Well, if what I'm saying, if we move this item, well, except for we're going to need to renotice it because it's improperly noticed. So yes, we'll move to continue until we can figure out the logistics. And if we can make it fit with other things, so be it. If not, we'll work around it.
Amended second.
And Ashley, we can work with you on the wording of that later, but you got it? Okay. All right. Public comment, and understand in this case, what we're looking for is public comment specifically about the motion to continue this until we've had a chance to work through the issues that were brought up during this discussion. So did anybody have public comment about that? Yes.
Have a public hearing open on a specific matter. That subsequent motion can't override the public comment. You have a public hearing open.
He didn't open the public hearing. He just took a report from staff.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Chair, Supervisors, Lisa Wright from Lewiston. I'm very concerned about information that has been dispersed publicly, really in violation of a number of code sections regarding the cultural resources. So I would ask that you please, as part of this continuation, consider that. There's been documents left with maps. There's been a full cultural assessment provided in public comment. That's contrary to a number, not limited to the Public Records Act, the Government Section Code
6250, and the Information Practices Act of 1977, Civil Code 1798, and so on. And this is all contained in the California Historic Information Resources documentation about the protection of cultural resource information. It's not to be distributed publicly. Those sections are required to protect public disclosure of such confidential information. And the reason that's done, really just kind of the background to it, is once people start dispersing this information publicly, it puts at risk those very cultural resources that the people are claiming need protection. Well, now you have maps and all kinds of disclosure publicly, people know where that is. So that is strict, this has been violated. I think it's very disturbing. Only registered archaeologists and can access this system along with tribal cultural monitors. So there's been some clear violation of law here. And I would ask that you consider that before you bring this back to make sure that that information is protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
In regards to this permit being approved, stating that Appendix C was in compliance, there were mitigation factors.
We're going off.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
only in
okay.
relation to continuing. the
Okay,
hearing.
well, the continuance is fine, and I'm okay. I mean, obviously, we'll be back yet again, but this has been going on for a really long time, and I'll hold it for the next time, but I still have this presentation. This was only out to you, not to the public. So thank you for your time today. We really appreciate your addressing this matter. And we'd all like this to be done legally. So we appreciate that.
Thank you for your comment. And sorry for the delay.
Hi, Lori Wills from Lewiston. With regard to the continuance and the way that the director proposed handling his part in presenting today, I would ask that when this matter does come back and for any other appeals that may his requests could apply to in the future, I come to these meetings to hear what he has to say. But he's presenting that he's coming to the meeting to hear what we have to say. He's the decision maker. We want to comment on his points and his decisions. And I don't think it's fair to the public not to have his point of view and have us go first. So I would just ask when this comes back to be heard that we, the public who drive here to come to these meetings to hear what he has to say, he goes before we do, please. Thank you.
I'd like the opportunity to respond to that comment. I'd be perfectly happy to go through the entirety of all of the documentation that's provided in any one of these appeals. What I have to say is not ad-libbed, and so my statements are clearly documented in the agenda item and there for everyone to read prior to the meeting. So that's kind of where I was approaching it from, but at your pleasure, I'm happy to go through all of what I've stated in the agenda item prior to, if that's your pleasure in the future.
Thank you. Any other? Yes.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Belenko, Douglas City. I'm also representing the appellee in this case, the licensee, Mr. Steinop. I think a continuance is appropriate. I certainly want all the material that the decision makers need to make their decision in front of you. I don't remember if I heard this. I know there was some discussion. I'm a little concerned about tying this together with the proposal for a carve out. And I don't know if that carve out is the language for how the process works in the future ordinance, or is it specific to the Henshaw Valley carve out as is being proposed? So I'm hesitant to tie these two together. I know a lot of the issues overlap. I do think Henshaw presents a dramatically different request for a carve out than other neighborhoods where carve outs have been granted. We're not talking about RR 2.5 here. We're talking about Ag 40 and bigger. These are large parcels. They're agricultural parcels. In addition, the alternative use to the highly regulated agriculture of cannabis is not residential, it's typically cattle. One of the commenters, Michael Frazier, I don't know if he bears any relation to our Supervisor Frazier, but I mean no disrespect to the man. He did mention that one of the cannabis grows there was formerly 30 acres of productive irrigated alfalfa. Irrigated alfalfa happens to be the most water intensive crop in California. Alfalfa uses no less than 4 up to 5 feet of water per acre. So 30 acres of alfalfa, let me do the math, is about 50 million gallons.
Yeah. So
Let's not tie the continuance to the carve-out proposal. Let's have a continuance to look at the issue before the board, which is the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Veronica.
Good almost afternoon, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. In regards to the continuance, perhaps when it comes back, we could also have staff educate the public and the board on what outside agencies do to provide their final determinations. Is there a physical visit, or how many layers of ministerial approvals is happening, both on the state level and then through the local level, that may lead to lack of solid physical inspection to ensure there are no community issues with water, nuisances, anything of that sort. Maybe there's too big a layer of ministerial approvals through the process. Not sure. I'd love to learn more about it. Water is a big issue in Trinity County. And, really, unless you're right there most of the time, it's very difficult, I think, sometimes to really know what's happening with the water. That's my biggest one. So I would love as a public member, member of the public, to be educated on what these outside agencies do. Because I always hear, we've got the letter, they've approved this. How do they do that? Yes, I can go learn, but I'd like to know from our staff how often outside agencies come into Trinity County to make their final determinations, or are they also relying on ministerial approvals? Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
Okay.
I have a question before I move
Yes.
on, if I could, Council. With regard to the public comment regarding archaeological findings, it's my understanding that anytime information is given to all 5 board members, that automatically becomes a public document. Is that a correct understanding?
It's, in the vast majority of cases, it is. So yeah, they would have to make it, if it's being submitted to you for purposes of the appeal, they have to make it public.
And so how
the
would we,
person who's giving it to the public is the one who's distributing it.
and so how would we undo damage that has been?
If it's already out there, we can't take that back, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any further board discussion regarding the motion to continue? We can take the vote.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Lutweiler.
Aye. Well, my apologies to everyone involved in this process on both sides. I know that you waited a while for this to happen and that you are now going to have to wait again. We will definitely be doing our homework to understand the underlying issues here to make sure that when we come back together, we are prepared to complete this hearing as we should. Thank you.
Drive safe home.
The next item on the agenda, item 4.7. Well, let me just check. Trent. Lunch schedule. I'm trying to be, you're okay to keep moving? Okay, thank you. Item 4.7, conduct an appeal hearing to uphold, modify, or overturn the Planning Commission's decision to deny the appeal of the director's decision to deny a commercial cannabis license renewal application, CCL-208, for 480 Oak Ranch Road, Lewiston, California. CCL applicant Stefan Monev, appellant Stefan Monev, planning file P-23-09, fiscal impact unknown.
So Tom Blanco just gave me word that the appellant's attorney has requested that he represent him for today and asked for a continuance of this item. So his question was, should he ask for that now or should I open the item?
He's called the item, so go ahead, Tom.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tom Blanco, I'm appearing special for Ben Magid, who is the attorney and representative in this case. Beginning in 2024, Mr. Magid accepted appointment for the dependency calendar in Shasta County. So that occurs on Tuesdays. He's unable to make it. He requests that a continuance in this case, and he could coordinate with the clerk or the CAO where he could at least appear by Zoom on a Tuesday. Unfortunately, every Tuesday, he's going to have to be doing the dependency calendar, but he would like to be able to at least appear by Zoom. He's not today. Obviously, it's the board's pleasure to proceed or not. I have followed this case. If we do proceed, I will do my best to make a good representation for Mr. Monev, but it is Mr. Maga's request that we continue it.
Thank you. County Council, any guidance that you want to provide?
It's up to you. I always think it's better to give them an opportunity to be heard.
But it would take, just as we just did, a board motion to continue. So did you have something to say, Supervisor Frazier?
I will make a motion that we continue this item.
I will second.
Any question?
Tom, who was he representing?
He's representing Stefan Monev, but it's Ben Magid is.
Right, is the attorney, but he's representing the appellant.
Yes.
Okay.
Any questions for staff? Okay, public comment on the motion to continue.
Good morning. I would encourage the board to request the number of times this item has been continued. We have seen this item continued numerous times, whether it's with the Planning Commission, and now at this level, they all keep being granted. And I will say that when I personally asked for one continuance on an appeal as an appellant, Mr. Plablani denied that. So I would like an explanation as to why this one is being allowed with the same type of conditions to keep continuances approved over and over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on the motion? Online?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, board discussion?
If I may, I'd like to just give public comment related to this. I would agree with Ms. Bell's statement that this was requested to be continued numerous times by the appellant's attorney while it was at Planning Commission hearing stages, and also that I don't believe I have the ability to deny the request for continuance, so that was not an action that I took.
Okay, public comment close. Board discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I have a question. How, On what criteria are requests for continuance granted and denied historically?
However, the planning commission or board feels that day.
So we're hearing that there was a denial, and we've heard there are many allowances in.
In practice, it is just, as far as planning commission, it has just been that if the appellant or appellee, depending on the scenario, if their representative, in this case, Mr. Monev's attorney was unable to attend the hearing, that we felt that it would be appropriate to put a memo to continue. But I believe that the continuance at the planning commission level, similar to at the board level, is a decision of that hearing body ultimately. Staff may make a recommendation, but it's your decision today.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
So in the event that this continuation moves forward, can we be, perhaps we need to review the planning commissions, how many times they continued, but to say next time is the final option, kind of? Can you do that?
I don't know if we'd have to have that in our motion, but we could have it in our brain.
County Council?
Yeah, I mean, you never know what's going to come up
Right,
as
I
far as the
don't.
next time around, but so
I don't want to be unsensitive to the fact that the fellow's attorney is not available, but I also want to make sure that we're sensitive to the fact that the other side is waiting as well. And sometimes waiting and waiting and waiting causes greater levels of angst. So I just would look for a swift opportunity to resolve it for both parties.
and I think your commentary here is valuable in that regard.
Any other board discussion?
He closed public comment.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Lutwiler.
Aye. Okay, well, again, my apologies to all those involved, and I do agree with what Supervisor Carpenter Harris stated, that we do want to make sure that we are accountable and clear about how we are handling these things, and there should be fairness in terms of if continuances are appropriate to provide, then they should be provided equally, and if they're not, then we should keep the process moving forward so that people know what's happening instead of being held in limbo and having to come back and forth. Because for all of us who aren't here because we're supposed to be here by our jobs, it's definitely a sacrifice to have to make those efforts to come in. So thank you. Yep. Well, yeah. Sorry, that was just a side question that we'll deal with later. Okay, item 4.5. Adopt a resolution which extends through April 30th, 2024, the provisions of Resolution 2023-071, which authorize streamlined approval of cannabis licenses that require a commercial cannabis variance, unknown fiscal impact.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Blabani, Cannabis Division Director. Would you like me to go through the entirety of the summary and discussion prior to receiving public comment?
If you can just at least provide a summary, at least a brief executive summary of kind of how we got here, I think it would be helpful for the people that are here.
Okay. So as stated in the requested action, essentially, we are requesting that CCV or the resolution 2023-071, which authorized the streamlined approval of cannabis licenses that require a commercial cultivation variance, That was originally adopted on May 16th. And in the backup, there are all of the criteria and the original resolution included. I'm not going to go through those specific criteria unless you would like me to. On December 19th, knowing that the calendar year was coming to an end, I brought before you a extension of Resolution 2023-071. And the outcome of that agenda item was to extend the resolution through February 2024, and direction was given to staff to schedule a planning commission meeting to have a discussion/study session to review and provide recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on how to improve the resolution, including supporting comments. On January 11th, 2024, at a regular meeting of the Planning Commission, Development Project 24-01 was presented, public comment was received, and discussion was had by the commissioners. The following recommendations were made by the Planning Commission. Update Trinity County Code, Chapter 1743050, Section A8 to replace the term cultivation with canopy, and propose that the existing commercial cultivation variance process be converted to an administrative buffer reduction director's use permit. As a result of the Planning Commission's recommendations, the updates to subsection 050 were discussed with the Cannabis Ordinance Ad Hoc, and we had actually previously discussed these proposed changes, and they are scheduled to be presented to the Planning Commission on the February the 8th meeting, which is this Thursday. Currently, we are given the noticing timelines and the fact that these changes to that code section will be heard at this week's Planning Commission meeting. We are requesting that Resolution 2023 be extended through April 2024 or until proposed ordinance revisions are approved and implemented, or deny the request and provide direction to staff.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I'm confused. I thought we were continuing this to such a point. The reason for Supervisor Lutweiler's motion at the previous meeting that moved that date forward, in my recollection, was to give opportunity for the Planning Commission to speak into this. As I think I'm hearing now, that hasn't happened and it will happen in 2 days.
No, that happened on the January 11th Planning Commission meeting. And just to clarify and recap, the recommendations were made by the Planning Commission to update Chapter 1743, subsection 050A8 to replace the term cultivation with canopy, and to propose that the existing commercial cultivation variance process be converted to an administrative buffer reduction director's use permit. So today's request to continue or extend the resolution through April is to allow for the noticing timelines and the 2 readings of the ordinance at board level to take place prior to this resolution expiring. Thank you.
And so in that, we're going to no longer do the noticing to the public any longer, as far as it'll just be, again, a ministerial approach. The director will have the opportunity to, no,
Shall I?
you're going to help me.
Okay. And I'm happy to get into this in more depth.
Or we can wait if that's more appropriate.
It's totally up to you. I'm happy to address it now.
It's good now.
Fine.
Okay. So we had a significant amount of discussion at the Planning Commission. One of the things that was conveyed was that there is a difference between our current licensing noticing process as it relates to the legal notice in the newspaper and the notices sent out to the adjacent residences. The standard for discretionary permits, as I understand it, especially for a director's use permit, is that a neighbor notice would go out to say, to the adjacent residences, to say, an application for a director's use permit has been received, in this case, by the Cannabis Division or by the Community Development Department. That would then afford the residents within 300 feet of the subject property to submit comments between the date that was listed on the neighbor notice, which would say an application was received on X date. The director will take action on X date. So we're actually, by converting to a director's use permit process, we're doing 2 layers of neighbor noticing and newspaper public noticing, where the first round goes out to say an application has been received. Then there's comments. If the comments that come in during that comment period, in this case, as we've sort of talked through the process, the authority to issue a director's use permit is that of the Deputy Director of the Community Development Department. So if the Deputy Director of Community Development wishes to elevate the director's use permit to the level of a conditional use permit, a hearing of the Planning Commission can be heard for that. If the director feels that the comments and concerns are addressed through that discretionary permit and the conditions of approval, then they can take action to approve that director's use permit, which would then, there would be a second public notice, neighbor notice that goes out to then alert everyone that there's the ability under, I think it's 1734, to do the 10-day appeal, appeal the director's decision within 10 days of the director's action. So it's actually a more robust process in terms of neighbor notification. One of the other things we talked through is that one of the concerns that came up in discussion at Planning Commission and in staff's evaluation of these proposed changes to the existing process is that past precedent at the Planning Commission has been that if neighbor opposition was received, that the Planning Commission would deny the commercial cultivation variance. My understanding is that that doesn't afford the project proponent due process. And so moving away from a very confusing, what we refer to as CCV process, it's important to note that the residential setback requirement of 350 feet from cultivation or canopy, either or, depending on how these proposed changes land, but currently the 350-foot residential setback requirement from cultivation is it only pertains to cultivation licenses and or microbusiness licenses, which have a cultivation component. Any of the other license types, distribution, manufacturing, testing, do not have a residential setback requirement. So this would basically be taking just the residential setback requirement component and converting that from a CCV to a administrative buffer reduction director's use permit process.
That's helpful.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Good for you. I couldn't.
You're right, but.
Other question?
And as we get into more detailed discussion, if you would like, I can pull up the staff report and give you more specific, quotes from what was presented to the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, I don't remember it all.
So, but somewhere in here, you did say that in the past, at the Planning Commission level, neighbor opposition to a CCV was very request were typically honored, and that application did not move forward. So if the neighbor said, "Nah, I'm not going to give you the 350 feet," a reduction, that precedent said that was honored. Is that correct?
Yes, and as far as how we establish this updated, administrative buffer reduction director's use permit process going forward, I think we could still make it a condition that if similar to what we did in the CCV resolution to establish the neighbor consent opposition form letter that went out for public noticing, we could certainly probably include that into the director's use permit process and make that a criteria whereby if a similar sort of process that was established under this resolution would be that if neighbor opposition is received, then it go to the planning commission as a CUP.
We do seem to be getting into a future agenda item.
Yeah, we do.
But if you need clarification for what we're approving today.
Well, I think that,
Considering
I
today.
think that I do have more questions about, okay, if this becomes the adopted process, I have some red flags in my mind about, okay, then down the road, what if? And bringing those kinds of things up today isn't really under this particular action item.
Right, this is just to extend the resolution, to streamline that process. And meanwhile, they're working on that, the changes that would come back before you.
Okay.
So yeah, simply the request is to extend the resolution 2 more months.
And do you have a sense as to how many licenses the 2-month extension will service?
I could reach out to staff and get that answer for you pretty quickly, but no, I don't know off the top of my head in terms of, between February and April, exactly how many annual CCVs would be renewed. But I think it affects roughly 75 projects, if I remember the numbers correctly off the top
That's
of my
close
head.
enough. You don't have to.
And then it's a matter of which of those
Total.
would come back up during that time frame.
Correct.
Yeah. And all of which were under this approach when the board approved it previously.
Yeah, so it met a certain set of criteria, which if it's helpful for your decision today, I can pull that back up and read the criteria or read the original resolution that was approved that detail all of those criteria to qualify
I
under the
recall
resolution.
those. Yeah, it would. I mean, it would be good to read it again, just so that we're clear, but I recall it being things like it was a grower next to them, so it wasn't affected. It was things that there weren't going to be contentious items as a result.
Well, renewals only, so they'd already been approved and gone through the noticing process and approved, and they only renewals, and then they had to, meet other criteria. But I think we're considering extending it, so I think it's worthy of going ahead and giving a little review of what those criteria are, so people feel comfortable about what we're approving, extending, if we do, for the next few months, while you work on the formal change to the process that we would consider later.
So I believe that the previous agenda or the previous resolution 2023-071 was included as backup to this agenda item. It's also included as attachment 1 to the Planning Commission staff report. So specific to the criteria, I'll just go ahead and read it all verbatim. This one particular section of the resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Trinity County Board of Supervisors authorizes waiving the CCV requirement for the 2023 calendar year for all applications that meet the following requirements. 1, previously approved licensed sites that have had no changes to site configuration since the last CCV approval, but now need a variance in 2023. And I'll just sort of jump to that. One of the main reasons that this came about was that there was an interpretation from staff that changed the previous practice of measuring the residential setback requirement. Historically, it was done from mature canopy. In early 2022, that was changed after rereading code and sort of a refreshed or updated interpretation that code referred to cultivation. And so that would also include some of the outbuildings or other elements of that cultivation site. So again, number 1 was previously approved licensed sites that have had no changes to the site configuration since their last CCV approval. That initial CCV approval was heard by the Planning Commission. So I think it's safe to say that there was no neighbor opposition, and definitely that the planning commission approved that original CCV. It may have been that for a number of these, they were approved for a CCV, their initial CCV many years ago, and then subsequently on an annual renewal basis, that CCV was renewed. So criteria 2, the CCV was triggered by change in interpretation, referring to cultivation versus canopy. Criteria 3, the required CCV was triggered by a new residential structure built within the 350-foot setback. So that refers to a previously approved cultivation license with an initial CCV that was approved by the Planning Commission that subsequently had a dwelling built within 350 feet on an adjacent parcel within 350 feet of cultivation. Criteria 4, the adjacent parcel with legal dwelling is also a cultivator. Criteria 5, no negative response from neighbor within 350-foot setback within the 10 business day notification timeframe. 6, in accordance with CEQA guidelines section 15168E, the project is found to be within the scope of the Trinity County Commercial Cannabis Program and the final environmental impact report. And criteria 7, the approval of the license is not currently under appeal. And 8, the project would require a CCV to comply with Trinity County Code section 1743-050A8, which is the limitation section, and that's where the 350-foot residential setback requirement is established.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure.
I do have a question, but I'll save it for discussion, but I have an understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move to public comment.
Obviously, this is an emotional thing for us as a tribe, but I failed to introduce myself. You have the packet with my cards. I'm Tracy Foster Olstad, and I'm the Cultural Resource Officer for the Norelma-Gwintu tribe. And I oppose this extension on this because our tribe is not being notified of these projects. I'm hearing from the archaeologists or residents in the area that these things are happening. And we had a meeting last February with Drew and Ed and our tribal chair, John Sonny Hayward, and myself, and Derek, the CEQA attorney. Derek stated the county is mandated to notify us, other than the newspaper or what I said before. Those are the only ways that we are finding out about these projects. Okay, so moving on from there, it was decided in that meeting per the CEQA attorney for the county that the ordinances were going to be completed, which they are not at this time. And we had to get MOUs, a general MOU with Trinity County, and then 3 appendixes, one for the cannabis department, one for the Department of Transportation, and one for the planning department. We are currently trying to work on that, but everything is held up. And then these issues that these last 2 items on the agenda had to be tabled yet again because of all of these things being held up. So extending to streamline these licenses to move forward, to me, is not appropriate or responsible. And my other council member is here to say a few things about that.
Thank you. Other public comment? Yes.
My name is Donna Landry Railing. I'm a citizen of the Norelma-Gwintu Nation. And when the ordinances are continued, I know that this particular topic in December 2022, it was continued. Then in May 2023, it was continued. And now if it's continued again to April 2024, it's a hindrance for us in our planning with the county, a tribal planning with the county. And as Tracy said, our notices are critical to how we can support our constituents, our citizens, and the various projects that move through either transportation, all of the departments that we would need MOUs with. So I would consider continuing this matter would be a further hindrance of our moving forward in our tribal business and our partnership with the county. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear, this is not about new projects. It's only about renewing and that is what you're voicing concern to, is the renewal without being noticed. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your input.
Yes, yeah, the renewal of this continuance.
Yes,
of
and I'm just trying to say,
ordinance.
and it's only for renewals of application. So it's not a new project. It's a project that's been approved in the past.
Right.
And is up for renewal. And we're streamlining that process while we work on a formal change to that. And that's what you're opposing.
My understanding is that this is about continuing a resolution that is how the planning commission is operating at this time with regard to these projects.
These renewal projects. Yeah,
And the notification.
Yeah, I'm just, so I don't want to discount what you're saying. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it and we are correctly. So what we're voting to potentially continue is a streamlining for just the renewal applications that fit the criteria that Director Plabani just read through. A new project is not streamlined in any way by this. Doesn't change any of the notification process of any of that. It's just saying there's some of these that got caught up in a change of interpretation that rather than go through a CCD process that requires the Planning Commission, we're streamlining that. And in the meantime, we're working on a formal change, but again, only to do with renewals and only in very certain circumstances. And if that's what you're in opposition to, great. I just want to make sure I'm clear that that's what you're opposing.
Am I clear on that?
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
One more quick comment. In regards to these renewals, I am concerned if there's any oversight or monitoring if the cultivators are still in compliance with abatement with, fish and wildlife stuff, the watershed, things like that, changing things from their original permitted compliance.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Good morning. I would urge the board to look beyond what it means to continue this. In the essence, what can be occurring with these continuances of this issue is that additional licenses are being accepted with potential variances that would apply with the new rules, be granted, be considered, but that may not with new rules that are developed with the changes being made. Therefore, those that came in based on today's regulations most likely would have a grandfathering effect because they were received under the old guidelines. So I might, if you could kind of think of that, the number that might be sitting, at the cannabis department with variances that aren't coming forward yet but they're being accepted under the old guidelines. And that could change with the new guidelines. Is there maybe a consideration to put a moratorium on accepting applications with variances until the new guidelines or the guidelines are changed? Just something to be considered and to be thought about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Lutweiler, board members, Lisa Wright, Lewiston. I'm in support of extending this for, another period of time while staff undergoes the proposed changes in the ordinance to streamline the entire process. In the meantime, applications that do require initial variances within their CEQA documents have had to address the proximity to sensitive receptors, which includes the addition of noise and light attenuation plans. Really, all the documents currently already contain odor control plans that would go into effect if there were any complaints in the area. So I don't see that this extension would really change anything in the process about who it's affecting. There's still that sensitive receptor analysis. The canopy versus cultivation, that move in the language, could potentially change things as it was originally intended. But that's coming before the Planning Commission. I'm certain will be to you shortly thereafter. But I just wanted to make it very clear there's not any kind of changes currently underway, that everyone has to meet those CEQA requirements. Now, if that does pass in the future and they had an application that was pending, my understanding would be if the CEQA document is still in review, we would be asked to amend that, to modify it, to meet with the current conditions that might be in place regarding a change to administrative buffer reduction. So it doesn't just get kind of swept away, right? There's still everything that's in the process still needs to be considered and analyzed appropriately.
Thank you. Other public comment in the room?
Afternoon. I will try not to take very much of your time. I'm Tammy Frazier. I am from Hettenshaw, and I see a problem with the streamlining and with the time, the notification. We have a hard time getting mail over there. We have a neighbor who got a notice of renewal for a license 2 days after it was due to be heard, and she does not have the $500 to make the appeal. She just couldn't, there was that. She's stunk because she can't do that. They won't accept her voice after that date. I think streamlining is way too fast. Just like they said, streamlining. And, but slow it down, give more time for that mail to go out. Southern Trinity, we don't get mail like you guys do. Ours goes to San Francisco and to Eureka and then up to Oregon or someplace and comes back. It's forever. Takes a week to get stuff from Reading sometimes. So I would really like that consideration to happen. And I would encourage you not to take this further. I think it needs to stop here.
Thank you. Other comments in the room? Okay. Online.
Veronica.
Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I would like to provide a layman's clarity version of how the process works that has been confirmed by staff in previous meetings. So the neighbors are noticed. They send comments to the same people that have approved, they're already approving the project. And if the same people that have just approved it send back the note saying, we hear you, but this is why we think you're wrong, and I'm just using that as an example, then the resident has to pay $500 for an appeal to go to a third party. So it's kind of the fox in the hen house analogy. And I would dare to say that there's been a higher percentage of $500 appeals. And so this streamlining process is streamlining kind of on one side. I do understand the need because we want to work this out. I've been to the ad hoc meetings. I've been to the ordinance update meetings. And this was a discussion that was had about how to make this work, because mitigation measures are not automatic. So if they were automatic, that might clear things up, but they're not. So residents sometimes have to suffer through months because there's not enough staff to be able to address the issues. So it's just something to keep in mind. But in layman's terms, there's a notice period. They send the notice to the people that have approved a project or not approved a project, get the same result, and then have to pay $500. And these are not people that are trying to start a business, residents, or neighbors that, are not trying to start a business. There's a cost of doing business, which, I've had my own business. I know how expensive that can be. But that's just something to keep in mind. This layman's terms about there's plenty of notice for everybody and there's time to speak, but it's going back to the people that have already approved it. I'm not sure how that creates an equitable balance in it. But that's just something to keep in mind as you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
Okay.
Oh, Catherine.
Thank you, Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. I appreciate Veronica's take, but I want to object to characterization of our highly valued staff being a fox in its own henhouse. It's not that staff is approving applications as much as it is staff is making sure that all these applications are in accordance with all of the local and state regulations and requirements. And when a business checks all the boxes and is in accordance with all the regulations, they get to be in business. That's not a special privilege. That's just about having a business. So we're talking about renewals right now. There's a lengthy process involved in when an applicant makes their original application. There's a lengthy process where there's a lot of ability and a lot of time. And if there needs to be more time to accommodate what seems like a terrible postal situation in parts of our county, then maybe there's a hub in the county that can receive an electronic communication that can let their neighbors know. It seems like there's a lot of ways that we could go about making sure people are heard in their communities without further causing just existential harm to people who are investing a lot of money in being in business in Trinity County in a progressively less profitable industry. People are investing a lot in our county. These are our neighbors and our friends. These farmers and business owners are good actors. These are the people that are trying to do everything right. These are the people that are following all the rules. These are the people who care about archaeological areas on their sites, and they're doing that due diligence. We're talking about people that are doing everything right. These are not these are our neighbors. They're business owners. They're spending a lot of money to be in business in Trinity County, and making it arbitrarily more difficult upon them is, I'm just finding it more and more objectionable. Maybe it's this cold that I have that's making me impatient. But I wasn't going to make comment today. I feel like it's a no-brainer to follow staff's recommendation. We have excellent staff. We have excellent staff making up for terrible staff. And we're going to hear about that later on today, I'm sure. But we have excellent staff, not a fox in a henhouse in sight. I object to that characterization, and I just want to have the utmost support and appreciation for our staff at the cannabis department and in all the other departments in the county that are doing their jobs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Adrian Keys.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. I just want to speak in favor of the agenda item that we're actually looking at today, which is to just extend this process that we put into place last year for pre-approved existing license holders to be able to move forward with their projects with the streamlined variance process. It's already into February. We're talking about like 12 more weeks of this. We hope to get some of these folks who've been in the queue for forever through, and to that end, allowing staff to continue to work on the ordinance updates that we all know are really what is needed, but we got to let the staff do their job. And so I want to see this item passed today. I don't think any of the rest of the rhetoric really has too much to do with this agenda item, so I'm not going to dive into that, but thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
We have one last in the room.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Apologies for only lately getting inspired to talk on it. Like Adrian, I want to focus this on the agenda item, which is specifically related to renewals of variances. This has nothing to do with mitigation measures or licensing or archaeology. And if we do want staff time to focus on those important things, one of the ways to do that is take the busy work out of it and pass this. These are renewals of things like we heard have been through the Planning Commission. They haven't had opposition. There's never once been an appeal of a variance that was granted, because if somebody doesn't want a variance, that doesn't want to have a variance given to one of their neighbors, they don't get it. I think there have been a handful of variances that were granted over the objection of a neighbor. And almost every one of those cases, except one that involved a pig farm, there was unlicensed cultivation on the property that was complaining. The Planning Commission has been very consistent in that through years of various iterations. So these are ones that have been through that process. This is really just streamlining staff time so we can focus on the other things that are more important. This is something, I'm not saying it's not important, but if somebody feels strongly about it, they send a letter and it gets a consideration. If they don't, let's move it through and focus on other things. So I certainly encourage the board to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other comments.
Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion from the board?
I will make a motion to approve 4.5 as stated.
I'll second.
Okay, board discussion.
I think that what Drew laid out at the beginning is what we have to remember. These are guys, these are licensees that have already been through the process. This is the reason we came up with this last year, is to not task the Planning Commission with 75 CCVs that we know need to be dealt with in a different way anyway, that were created by a new interpretation of one word. So we created the issue. We need to address it. And I think that giving staff the time required to get through the process of the Planning Commission with the updates makes sense. I imagine probably, if you think about it, we're talking a month and a half, 75 total in the year. It's not going to be a large effect that this is going to have. It's going to be a few people that their applications come up at this time that have not had any issues in the past. They'll move through, and then we can determine when we do this, the move to a director's use permit. All of these people are undoubtedly going to have to go back through this process. So then you get all the concerned neighbors will have 2 more chances to have their say. I think it's actually going to be a better process in the end, or I wouldn't have supported it at the beginning when we came up with the idea.
Okay, other comments or questions for Drew?
Yeah, do.
Sure.
So how is it that we find ourselves today with tribal partners who don't feel they've been adequately communicated with? I've never heard that come up before.
So the reason that I jumped back up here as you guys went into motion and into the potential of discussion and questions for me is that I feel as though there are a number of topics, issues that are being confused and conflated. That is in no way to disagree with the tribal members that are here today. I think their concerns in terms of noticing under AB 52 are valid. That is an entirely separate discussion from the CCV resolution extension, completely and totally. So, I mean, I'm happy to answer your question, Jill, if that's helpful, but it has nothing to do with the item before you presently. And I do think that perhaps you as the board should consider agendizing that, or we do need to make progress as it relates to what I consider to be probably the right choice to establish an updated MOU with the tribe to resolve the issues that they've stated. But again, it has nothing to do with the CCV resolution. I was even feeling significantly confused about what the item before you is currently after all of the public comment. So I'm happy to try and clarify that if it is not clear currently, the item before you. And then many of the other issues that have been raised are unrelated. This has nothing to do with license issuance. This has specifically to do with commercial cultivation variances that are resulting from the code section that establishes a 350-foot residential setback requirement on cultivation sites. The criteria by which projects qualified under the original resolution were only for projects that had already had a planning commission hearing and had an approved variance previously. So this is not for new licenses. We heard other public comment about, new licenses with variances. This has nothing to do with new license applications. This has to do with specifically previously approved, planning commission approved commercial cultivation variances, and streamlining that, as Dan said, to reduce the burden on staff so that we can focus on other more productive tasks.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. And then, let me get this back up again. Okay. Number 3 on the list. Now therefore be it resolved. The board authorizes the waiving of the requirement for all applications that meet the following requirements. When we look at number 3, the required variance was triggered by a new residential structure that was built within that 350-foot setback. Does that mean that this project that went before the planning commission for a variance, it was heard, there were no problems with it, it went forward. It's now in the queue for this streamlined process. But in the interim right there, a residential structure appeared to where the property owner would like to regain the 350 feet previously very amicably resigned.
I would say there are potentially 2 subsets to that scenario. Let me see if I can explain it. So when an initial CCV or any variance goes to the planning commission, there's a staff report which has a buffer map that is created. Typically that buffer map and the details in the staff report describe the exact distances between an element and, in this case, the adjacent residential structure. So for the specific criteria that you're asking about, when the initial CCV was heard and approved, there was no dwelling on an adjacent parcel that has now been built. So what that means is that the details in that original staff report and in the buffer maps that were included in that hearing are not capturing the distance, that specific new distance between cultivation and a new residence. So this is just basically that criteria is to, I guess, you could call it grandfathering, but it's basically to make way for a historical cannabis license that has been in operation for many years, that has now had a dwelling built within the required 350-foot setback. The other reason that is addressed is that as a requirement of licensure, there needs to be a legal dwelling. So in some cases, we have cultivator A, cultivator B, and cultivator B in the process of moving their license forward has now gotten their dwelling finalized, which then would require, if these criteria weren't established, that cultivator A go back to the planning commission for an initial CCV hearing because cultivator B finalized their dwelling.
Sure. No, that makes perfect sense. But what about the scenario where it's not cultivator A and cultivator B? It's the cultivator and the non-cultivator.
Yep.
And the non-cultivator, maybe they put an ADU on their property. And essentially before they kind of gave up that space, now they would like it.
So, and that's, if it's helpful, what I was thinking to do was read some of the language from when we first brought this resolution to you all. But to your specific question, the consent opposition form goes out. So if it was an ADU or just a new dwelling that was built on an adjacent parcel, that resident with that new structure is afforded the ability to fill out the consent opposition form. If they oppose the application of the resolution on the parcel that is adjacent to them, it means that automatically they do not meet the criteria and it would need to go back to the planning commission for a CCV hearing by that hearing body. That is the function of the consent opposition form. If the neighbor opposes the streamlining, then it automatically goes back to planning commission, whether they had an initial CCV approved or not, whether it was a new dwelling or not. If neighbor opposition is received from a legal dwelling within that 350 foot that meets, falls within that 350 foot setback requirement, it automatically goes back to planning commission for a hearing.
And what you've said historically is then they're granted their property rights. That's what you've
or the CCV is not granted.
And probably talking about it right now, that it would never go to a CCV hearing because we're looking at amending our ordinance, and it would be a whole new process that they would have to go through because we're trying to do away with the CCVs. I've been a proponent of that because it's not even the correct use of the term variance. So I'll be happy to be
I don't
gone.
care if you change it from that to buffer zone or whatever. We're still talking about the same.
But the process needs to be changed, and we're going to do that. So hopefully it'll be done before anybody could actually get through that process again.
Okay, and the last one would just be, public comment that said, I would have returned that form and I would have said I was in disagreement, but I got it 2 days after the process was complete.
And so when we went through the original resolution, that was something that we addressed. In this particular scenario related to the consent opposition form, which is entirely different from an appeal of the director's decision, which is something that is a topic from some of these other appeals, they have the ability to call us, and this is specified. I don't have a copy of the letter, but I bet I could get one for us real quick and read it. They have the ability to call us and verbally communicate that they intend to oppose the CCV resolution being applied on the adjacent cultivation parcel. They have the ability to email us and oppose, and they have the ability to deliver the opposition letter in person or mail it back to us. So we've done the very best that we know how to do to provide the opportunity, even given the confusion with mail and timelines and all of that, that all they need to do is fill out the letter and call us, email us, come in, and their opposition, if they live in a legal residence within 350 feet of that cultivation site, is qualified. And that means that it would go to an appeal or to a new CCV hearing at the planning commission.
And would there be margin to listen to them if their letter didn't arrive for 2 days until, in other words, the public comment we received today said that situation happened. Sorry, indulge me. No, fine. Okay. They didn't receive it. So it's not a matter of you could just pick up the phone. You don't have to wait for the snail mail to return it. It's that they didn't receive their notification is what I heard from the public comment. If that were the case, would we listen? I mean,
so this is maybe somewhat an aside, to this, but specific to what you're asking. I've been discussing with staff. We've talked about the potential of extending the noticing period. And when I brought this up with admin staff, they showed me the stack of returned neighbor notifications that we get because whoever lives adjacent to these cultivation sites don't have their information updated with the assessor's office. So we get probably 30% plus of these letters returned to us, not specific to the CCV resolution, but specific to license noticing. So if someone didn't get it in time, I think we would take that into consideration. My perspective being that if they're qualified, which means they live in a legal structure within 350 feet, then I believe we would qualify their opposition. And because of that, it would return to the Planning Commission. We have only had, I believe, 2 instances throughout, basically since May of last year, where there was neighbor opposition. One was not qualified because there was no residence, there was no dwelling, much less a legal residence on the parcel. It was vacant land that the person was opposing from. The other one was from an adjacent residence, and the opposing party later withdrew their opposition letter. So we've had no instances for these consent opposition letters where the neighbor actually said, no, I don't want this. And I would say that's because these are existing cultivation sites that have been there in many cases for a handful of years now. And that neighbor relationship is not a contentious one. There are other areas where there is a contentious relationship between the neighbors, but that is not something that we've yet encountered with basically a full year of applying Resolution 2023-071.
Okay, Drew, just a couple other things to clarify as you were trying to do with some of your comments. So we did hear and you commented, this has nothing to do with new applications that would involve a variance. If something came up and it involved a variance as we currently interpret the ordinance, then it would have to go through a formal process. It doesn't get caught up in this unless it has been approved through the other process.
Correct. This only applies to projects that do not meet the 350-foot residential setback requirement that have previously been issued a Planning Commission approved commercial cultivation variance.
Thank you. And when we say streamlining, that has nothing to do with the amount of notification period. Streamlining is we aren't taking it back to the Planning Commission, but we aren't cutting short the number of days that we allow to notify people.
Absolutely. And in fact, as I said, we actually added a new layer to allow for these neighbors to oppose, even if it was previously Planning Commission approved. Because of this resolution, if the neighbor opposed, it would go back to the Planning Commission for a new initial hearing.
And the one last thing I think I remember was just concern that there had been instances where people had raised a concern, but it was too late and it had to go to an appeal and so forth. And those, it sounds like, were probably still related to our noticing period, and perhaps this problem we have where 30% of who we try to contact has got a wrong address for us. But that would have probably been a new project from what you've just described, because you aren't receiving opposition. You noted one that was retracted, and that's it.
And one that was from a property owner that didn't reside there, that had no structures built on that property, and therefore didn't qualify.
Okay. So I guess, just my comment, because we deliberated on this a lot in the ad hoc committee before we brought it to the board the first time, because it was strong concerns about what we might be allowing to happen. And all of these kind of protective measures, if you will, and boxing it in to be very specific, came down from my standpoint to be, this is taking things that have gone through a very structured, formal process. They have not made any changes to their world, and they're still operating. We had the concern before, do we know that they're still operating within all the program requirements? And yes, they're to get renewed, they have to go through all the same review processes. You have people go out and make sure that they're still meeting all that they initially submitted and so forth. And then rather than tying up all the staff time in the planning commission to go through and review these again and again and again, we're saying, can we streamline them until we get this new process in place?
Right. It was to minimize, as you said, staff's time in reprocessing old previously approved planning commission CCVs to account for the change of interpretation. So a previously approved CCV, if the buffer maps and the measurements would need to be updated in order for that renewal to be processed. And so what we added was the consent opposition letter to say, hey, if you live adjacent to a cultivation site and you oppose that operation, here's your opportunity. You don't even have to pay $500 to appeal. It's a free chance to basically get that CCV denied.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we sort of leave the airspace where the travel concerns were raised, could we have consensus to have whatever that topic is agendized?
Sure, I was just going to do it right after we vote. If
Perfect.
that's all right.
Drew, thank you.
Yes, thanks. And I do want to say, when we say staff time, we're not trying to take it easy on staff. We're trying to make sure that staff time is used as productively and effectively as possible. And we want to be doing more inspections. We want to be providing better support to the cultivators. We want to be responding to the concerns that are raised by nearby residents, all those sorts of things. And when they're tied up in these kinds of processes that we feel like we have enough safety net around to streamline, that's, I think, how we got to where we are, my opinion. But we have a motion. Sounds like board discussion is complete.
Have a motion to approve the resolution. Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Chairman Lutwiler?
Aye. Thank you. And so based on Supervisor Cox's comment about, and the public comments about the tribal notification, and I do recall this being before the board some time ago, at least in public comment, what you're asking is that, can we have consensus that this matter be brought before the board for an update on where we are on that process of establishing notification? I just want to be clear what we're asking. What's the direction to staff?
I'm so vague, I don't know what I'm asking. I just know that I don't recall hearing this from our tribal partners before. It's concerning to me, and whatever conversation we need to have offline or an agendized topic is what I'm asking for.
May I speak to this? So I've been speaking with the Naramuk and the Sinangway tribes regarding this matter over time now for the last several months, and I have heard it more than not here in this room specifically, but just out in the field and in communications. And in speaking with them, I believe that it would be very helpful if the tribes were able to come to the board and have the time allotted to each one of them to do a presentation as to, where they are as a body in terms of a couple of items. One, federal recognition, and then also the systems and structures that they have in place to help support the county. And then after those presentations, work through the development of a resolution where the county recognizes the tribes that we have in our area and renew our willingness and our memorandums of understanding to work with with the tribes through our county departments. I think that would bring forward a whole package. And in speaking with them, I know that possibly April or sometime in April would be a good time to have that, if that's something we can put together.
Yeah, we can absolutely get that on the agenda as a presentation at that time or whenever's requested and appropriate.
So, and just to be clear then, because I heard several things. One was have a presentation from tribal representatives to help us understand.
Well, I think it's important for the communities and for the tribe to have the opportunity to speak to where they are in their federal recognition process, and then also where they are with their recognition among other memorandums of understandings with the Forest Service and their recognition among neighboring tribes, so that we have a whole body discussion on the way that business is done within the tribe. So meeting the tribal council leads, understanding the way that the tribes are operating internally, and then what they have to offer in terms of working cohesively with the county, so that when they do that, we can move from that place into a resolution, recognizing that we need to do this, but then also have the face and the names to go with the point of contacts for things like undertakings, whether it's for the cannabis division or the roads department or what have you, just to bring that information forward so that all of our department heads are able to see them, possibly meet them, and have a full understanding and scope of what we're willing to do and what we're offering.
Okay. Your piece is caught up in that, so you're comfortable?
Yeah, I want understanding, and I trust you. That's how you say that's the best way for us to get it. I have no opposition to that, certainly.
I think it would be good before we like freshen up our memorandum of understanding that we currently have with the tribes, to understand where they stand now, because where they stand now is different than where they stood when we initially had those memorandums of understanding in terms of their resources and their ability to come together and proceed forward with on a greater and higher level, probably. Is my understanding.
If we're going to be discussing this still.
We're just trying to see if we have consensus or direction to staff.
Well, I was going to make a suggestion to you as the chairman. You could appoint an ad hoc to work with the tribe with Heidi as the lead to figure out the logistics of do they want to do a presentation? Do they want to do a presentation and have some agenda items for action, or to work that out? And so if you want to go the formal route with an ad hoc, that would be something that you as the chair could do.
Well, and what I was going to just say in response to all this is, Trent, obviously people on your team have been working already with tribal representatives. And so what I hear is really a call for the board to be informed and updated so that we can make a good decision about how to support the expectations of our tribal partners. I would personally prefer to leave it that broad and say to you, will you work with staff and bring back something that does that? It educates us and it puts us in an updated position about where we are in meeting the expectations of our partners. Because what I'm afraid of is we're getting into a working session with the tribes versus you're already in working sessions, but we need to be updated and educated. Is that fair? Or would we be missing something that you're asking for?
I believe that the working sessions could come after the presentations from the tribes.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. I think we're not going to be able to address this in one shot. So we're going to need to, how do we determine the steps? Do we start with the presentation? Do we start with an agenda item for some kind of action? That's the.
So it would potentially go presentation, working sessions, resolution. That's how because it seems like once we have all of the information that we need to have and we make a decision to move into that information, then we would update and work through the way that the county interacts. And then from there, we would have a resolution on making sure that we facilitate what we've agreed to.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I'm struck with is it sounds like we're assuming that staff doesn't know.
No, I'm not assuming that.
Okay.
But I do know that based off of communication, there are some departments that work more heavily with and some that don't. And it's not, I don't believe that any of it is being done out of any negative intention. I just think that there needs to be a refreshing of the awareness of the role that we need to play in engaging the tribes.
Okay. So I guess in response to Supervisor Fraser's recommendation, would you be interested in working as an ad hoc representative with Trent and whoever he assigns to do a little bit more homework on this and come back with a formal presentation or formal recommendation about what we're kind of loosely putting out there right now? Because I think we're asking for a lot, but we haven't really done our homework.
Yes.
Other than you speaking with folks, which I think is great. So will you be willing to do that?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so we will establish, does anybody else want to participate in that with?
If
Supervisor?
Heidi is interested in help, I would be willing.
Okay, so Supervisor Carpenter Harris and Supervisor Frazier will establish a tribal relations ad hoc committee that will work with staff to research where we are versus where we want to be in partnering with our tribes. How's that? And it will end when we have brought information before the board to act upon to meet the expectations that we've identified.
And it has to back in McGuire too. His short speech mentioned
Mhm.
getting Indians
Yeah.
federal recognition.
Okay. So, and that sounds like that will also address your concerns within that. Okay. Thank you both for stepping up. And Trent, you have direction to staff. Thank you. And items 4.8. This was the item added as an emergency item because of the timing of it. And it is change the appointment of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and appoint Supervisor Lutweiler as the sole representative for Trinity County.
And I have a question, I guess, of council, because when we do the appointments, it's the chairman, and then we would just say that it's okay. So, but since this is an emergency item, do we need to open it to public comment and make a
Yeah,
motion?
let's just do it.
All right.
Vote. And-
Okay, so
Public comment.
you are relieved. That's how they say it in the, you know.
Well, I would say open it up to public comment. Let's see if anybody has anything to say about you taking that chair.
You're saying you would recommend public
Yeah.
comment? Okay, so is there any public comment about this matter as just presented? Online?
I have no raised hands.
Okay.
I will
so-
make a motion to accept the chairman's suggestion that we change it.
I will second.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Lutweiler.
Aye. Closed session report out. This would have been from our January 16th meeting. We had a closed session, item 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5F, conference with labor negotiators, counties designated representatives, Margaret Long, Leila Cassis, and Susie Hawkins, employee organizations, Deputy Sheriff's Association, and HHS unit, and direction was given to staff. Obviously, we heard some of the result of that in today's agenda. Today's closed session has two items, 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases 1. 5.2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, Carlson et al. Versus County of Trinity et al., Trinity County Superior Court Case Number 20CV136. Do we have any public comment?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Blanco, Douglas City. I'm actually commenting on the first closed session agenda item, not the second one. And I'm just concerned, I heard sometime during the board discussion this morning about conversation we're going to have in closed session about the carve-out option. And I presume that is what this anticipated litigation is about. I just urge the board to be cautious about having conversation in closed session that ought to be an open session, which are things like ordinances and how we address land use. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no raised hands.
All right, with that, we move into closed session.